I welcome you all to the Comstech ICC-based International Workshop on Chemical Safety Security for Academic and Industrial Laboratories. I would request His Excellency Professor Iqbal Chaudhary, Coordinator General Comstech, to join us on the auditorium. Mr. Khalid Latif, he is the HSC consultant. Dr. Zahir from ICCBS Karachi. Dr. Abdul Rashid, Director Pharmacy Services Rep. So please join us. We'll formally start off the event with recitation of Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Now we request Dr. Zahir from ICCBS University of Karachi for the opening remarks about the workshop. Professor Zahir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary, Director, Coordinator General, and the Director, ICCPS. Dr. Rashid, Director, Rep, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants in-house and from the rest of the world. We are very fortunate to have over 200 local participants and over 300 international participants from different countries. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to welcome you all in this morning, where we are gathered for an excellent event for 2 days. In the next 2 days, we will discuss about the safety culture in academia. This event is simply recall me the meeting with the director ICCBS in the last month, where we discussed about the possibility on the ongoing scientific culture in academia on particularly emphasize on the safety culture. The director assigned and suggest we should include the other scientific institution from the rest of the world to introduce the scientific culture with safety culture. As a result, we are gathered here to discuss the possibility of enhanced safety culture. For this, we have very distinguished speakers, Dr. Khalid Latif, and Sabine Mustaklar from Germany, along with other Dr. Hina, myself, and other speakers, to cover this special topic for the next 2 days. We all know the safety is one of the key and important factors, which somehow was a bit neglected, particularly in academia. But we all now understand the importance of this safety culture, which should be implemented. For the next 2 days, what we are going to discuss over here, what are the safety culture and how we can implement. We will discuss in detail how we can implement, understand, and implement in the society and academia. I understand the vision of Director General, how he is working day and night to utilize this campus, this auditorium, to unite the rest of the Islamic world and institution to work together, how we can exchange our ideas, our expertise, and work together to improve the scientific culture. I am quite sure the discussion which we are going to do in the next 2 days will be enlightened, and we will all get benefit from this discussion, as I do personally. At the end, I also welcome you all for this event. I am quite sure you will get a maximum benefit from this discussion, which is during the lecture and during off the lecture, we can remain discuss. And this is not the only event. In future, we will remain in contact, and we will welcome you all to discuss openly and enhance our collaboration, how we can enhance the safety culture in the academic institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed. Now I request Mr. Khalid Latif, HSC consultant, to give his introduction regarding the workshop on chemical safety and security.
Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary, Dr. Rashid, Dr. Zahid, Mr. Haris and his team, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Today's topic is, for some of you, might be quite different because it's a different work apart from your R&D and academic studies. So let's see how things proceed in coming 2 days. Short introduction of myself, Khalid Latif. I am from the corporate world, having more than 33 years of experience in one of the finest chemical industries of the world. And after my 33 years of services, so I decided to share my experience and best practices to the industry as well as academia. And as Dr. Zahid very rightly mentioned, the topic of the day, rather coming 2 days, chemical safety and security. So there might be a question in your mind, what's the difference from our academic or day-to-day work and studies? Security of chemicals, safety of chemicals, you all people or researchers and students are handling various sort of chemicals on your daily routine. So we, as a consultant and having experience from the industry, dealing chemicals in a very, very large quantity with quite large and complex supply chains of chemical over the world. So then, I felt it very necessary that we should transfer this knowledge right at the beginning during your studies. Because after completion of your studies, some of you might end up working in the industry, starting up your own business, maybe chemical import, indenting, handling chemicals. So this hands-on practical knowledge would be helpful for you to start with working with safety. And if we talk about globally, there is a study of ILO that occupational incidents or accidents are staggering. And when we talk about this safety, there is another term used in generally HSE. Some of you might wonder what HSE is. HSE stands for Health, Safety, Environment. In former times, that was called uh, S, SHE and then EHS and OH, various terms. So the current term widely used in the industry is HSE, health, because whatever we are doing, health comes first. Healthy body, healthy mind will be able to take you to some place. So health comes first, health, safety, and then eventually whatever your activities are, it has impact on the environment in the end of the day. And unfortunately, health and safety in HSE, the middle part is somehow taken care in the industry and as well as in academia, because recently, as Dr. Saab's center, started this thing some years back. Health and environment are somewhat neglected. So another study by ILO is about roughly or greater than 2.2 million work-related injuries are because of unsafe work habits. 160 million work-related injuries are because short and medium-term exposure to the chemicals. And reason for workplace incident be various habits, my personal behavior towards handling certain chemicals or materials, and learned behavior. Because whatever is happening to other or what happened to somebody cannot happen to me. So this sort of mindset has a great hindrance among the people to work safely. And I still remember when I was working with Bayer, my last company, and sometimes I felt that safety is our core business, not manufacturing pharmaceuticals or industrial chemicals, and it applies to various other companies, to chemical companies like BASF, DuPont, Shell, oil and gas sector. So by and large, safety is considered to be licensed to operate. And unfortunately, in Pakistan, and maybe same is the case in some other OIC countries, in OIC universities, in academia, safety is not given much attention as it should be. Then there are policies and procedures, HSE management system. Some companies and some institutions, they implement HSE management system, which cover the broader area of health, safety, environment in everything they do. Poor safety culture, as I mentioned earlier, no or improper or inadequate training. We are all sitting, we are passing through a training phase, it's a training. And last but not least, no commitment from the top management towards safety. And when I met Dr. Iqbal Saab some years back, so I just asked him, what is the situation of safety in your institution? He said, we are striving to improve safety culture in the organization. And then we started. It's a long journey. Dr. Zahir will, give you the details about best practices in ICCBS and HEJ in University of Karachi, and it could be copied to other institutions in Pakistan. So, being a person from not from the R&D background, but from purely from the corporate sector, so I was very pleased to see his commitment, Dr. Saab's commitment, and I still remember the first day when we met, and then I said, Dr. Saab, unless until you are not committed, so it's not going to work. And he kindly agreed, and he spent at least 3 hours sitting in that room when I was trying to convince his faculty about behavior-based safety and cultural change. And that was the day. So I am quite confident and hopeful and optimistic that things will change in academia. Okay, if we just take out multinational organizations which are operating in Pakistan, some progressive local companies, but rest of the industry, things are very, very alarming. And still, companies and businesses think that safety is a cost center, not a profit center. So it's very difficult to convince people ROI, return on investment on safety. And I can give you a simple example of fire safety in the organizations. Still in Pakistan, I was just watching news today morning. There was a fire in Karachi in the 10-story buildings in Liari area, and there were no adequate, or rather, even a simple firefighting equipment, emergency exits compromised. Building Code of Pakistan is implemented in 2016, but handful of organizations follow those rules. Safe exits, separate emergency exits, firefighting system. So a lot of things to cover, and it's a long journey. But I'm glad that we took first step in academia and industry. Also, I'm working as a consultant for the industry, not only for the academia, but for the industry as well. Pharmaceutical, FMCG, oil and gas, agrochemicals, and metallurgy. So wherever I used to go, so my message is to the management is, please don't consider safety as a cost center. It's a profit center. So with these words, I would like to thank you all for your time. And
Thank you, Mr. Khalid, for sharing your experiences. Now I request His Excellency Professor Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, for the welcome address.
My dear, very competent friend, Professor Dr. Shahid Mahmood Baig, Chairman, Pakistan Science Foundation, who belongs to a laboratory called Molecular Human Genetics. Now, these three words tell you a truly interdisciplinary laboratory. Molecular means chemicals, human means medicines or biomedical, and genetics means biology. So he's working in a laboratory which is truly interdisciplinary, and that is where the real problems are. And we have a very competent, very dear friend, Professor Dr. Abdul Rashid, who is from a pharmacy background. Pharmacy is an interdisciplinary science of chemistry, medicine, and since he was doing pharmacognosy, ethnobotany and botany as well. So truly interdisciplinary. We have my colleague, Professor Dr. Khurshid, who is a physicist. I'm sure that he was working with lots of equipment such as lasers and others. So electronics and physics. And then we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Mehsar, my colleague, who is a chemist and who was working in an interdisciplinary laboratory also. Khalid Latif Saab, he is from a background of a top multinational company, and he worked on industrial manufacturing of different kind. His last job was in Bayer, Germany, which is one of the largest chemical companies of the world. So all of us are from a laboratory background, all of us. But do any one of us has any formal training in laboratory safety and training, in safety and security? Any of us has ever learned a single 1 credit hour course on the safety related to laboratories? Hardly anyone. And that is the major gap on which this event is based today. Think of it, we expose our children in chemistry laboratories, in biochemistry laboratories, in biomedical laboratories with tremendous quantities of carcinogenic solvents. I've literally seen boys and girls soaked and showered in benzene and tetrachloromethane and chloroforms and xylene of all kinds. Do we know the effect of it? It affects every organ of it, including reproductive health of future generations. We are exposing them to tremendous risk of immense magnitude without even understanding what we are doing with them. And then all of us work in research laboratories. Think of it, we work on with chemicals. Thousands of chemicals we are exposed with literally on everyday basis. But thousands of chemicals we manufacture by ourselves. For a known chemical which you purchase from a supplier, you always have safety data sheet. But the chemical which you generate, synthesize or isolate, do you know what is the consequence of that particular chemical? You're generating novel chemical space of absolutely no known biological, physical, chemical impact. And you look into the literature, you would find chemicals reported with femtomolar cytotoxicity. So we are exposed to novel chemical space without understanding the consequences of it. I was personally touched when I came back from US. I was touched by 2 incidents which shook me to literally from my heart. One was a very serious 3rd-degree burn to one of my students, and she was affected grossly. I wish she had a good life also, but this was a laboratory accident in which she was exposed to a flammable liquid and got affected. And then Zahir is here. We are from the same department of chemistry in University of Karachi, not one. 4 of our teachers from inorganic departments died of cancer. So think of it, the kind of hazards, the kind of vulnerability, the kind of problem we are exposed with without even appreciation and understanding of the need of understanding the hazards of chemical we are exposed with. Khalid Latif Sahab talked about industrial chemicals where they have lots of quantities of few chemicals. But in research laboratories, we have so many of chemicals in small quantities. Many of them are small quantities with great hazards. We use media, we use catalysts, we use different solvents. And all of them carries a risk. All of them have different kinds of risk and hazards, and we are completely unaware of it. Then think of nanotechnology. We all like nanotechnology. But do you really know that Mendeleev's periodic table has to be redefined? You may have to go back to chemistry 301 to understand these elements at nanoscale. You know these elements for their physical, chemical properties on their macro level. If the same element is converted in 1 billion part of a meter, the properties, the color, the absorptivity, the surface area is going to be changed. Everything going to be changed. Maybe the gold would be blue or black. Copper may turn into something very different. So think of it that the kind of interdisciplinary field, such as nanochemistry, is generating new chemical materials of absolutely different properties. We need to go back to learn the Mendeleev's periodic table with reference to nanoscales, because we really do not know the impact of these chemicals when they are divided into nanoparticles. And then interdisciplinary laboratories, where people work at the interface of chemistry and biology. Think of molecular biology, genetic engineering, interdisciplinary laboratories such as synthetic biology, where people are synthesizing new living entities, DNAs and others. Think of genetic engineering, think of food science and others. They are right at the interface of various disciplines: chemistry, physics, mathematics, computations, biology, and a whole range of different things. We are not specialists. You are biologists working with chemicals. I mean, if you are a biologist, I can bet that you have in your laboratory at least 200 different chemicals which you are using without any formal training. You have no training of the use of chemicals, but you're using it. My chemist students are handling rodents and microorganisms with absolutely no training of handling microorganisms. Interdisciplinary laboratories are a major threat to human health, because there we have non-specialists trying to handle things for which they have no formal training. And then chemistry without border. Chemistry without border, आपने सुना होगा, doctors without border, journalists without borders also. Chemistry without borders. The competency of chemistry is now spread far and wide. You just name any chemical and order it from anywhere in the world. You just name any chemical, somebody would synthesize that in any quantity and ship it to you from some route where these chemicals are synthesized. Not in large companies. They are synthesized in the basements of their houses. These small companies in this country alone, we have an informal sector of the synthesis of azo dyes. 50% of the azo dyes for textile industry are manufactured in companies which are not registered. Think of it. What is happening there, Leather industry in Kusur, I have seen children handling toxic chromium and other chemicals. So there is so much of vulnerability which we have no understanding and appreciation, unfortunately, in most of us. And that is where we have an extremely important niche of training. And that training has to come with care and empathy. It requires a culture of understanding, it requires a culture of caring for your life, and it requires a culture of caring for others. That is the basic point. And on top of it, then we have to build the competency, capacity of institutions and individuals. And that is where such events play an extremely important role. Developing infrastructure, Zahir is going to tell you about the infrastructure of International Center. We spend lots of money to make sure that our people are safe and secure. And that is where institutional responsibility comes. Implementation, awareness, training, infrastructure, all need to be then connected with the local government and federal government. We need to have a regulatory framework that everybody follows. If you want to properly discard a toxic chemical, Do you have a mechanism of discarding it? Literally nothing. You just throw out of your campus, it is out of your sight, it is right in the atmosphere affecting other people also. So the whole range of different issues which need to be developed into a nexus of compatibility, and that is where we need to have a better understanding of these problems. Now, I would really like you to benefit from this important event, because this event will provide you maybe 301 of chemical safety and security. You may already aware of it because lots of it is common sense and logic, but let's put them together into an integrated learning experience. Thank you very much for your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing real life experience on laboratory safety. Now I would request Director Pharmacy Drab, Dr. Abdul Rashid, for his address. Sir.
Assalamu alaikum. His Excellency Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chaudhary, Coordinator General Comstech, Professor Khalid Latif Saab, Professor Zahirul Haq Saab, ICCB, HEJ Karachi, academic scientist, industrial scientist, ladies and gentlemen, and also GEOS participants attending virtually. Thank you very much for attending this workshop. I will want to say something that this workshop is entirely important and which is neglected during at the stage of universities as a student or working in the industrial labs. The Islamic world is vast and diverse, comprising of many developing countries which are still in the need of skills and knowledge in scientific research and laboratory management, either it is at academia level or at a industrial level. The current research topics touch many fields of expertise requiring interdisciplinary expertise. In this scenario, researchers, scientists working in all fields of natural sciences have to indulge themselves in research techniques from other disciplines to produce authentic and reliable outcomes. The work carried out in laboratories around the globe continues to provide important advances in science and engineering. The laboratories have become the center for acquiring knowledge and developing new materials for future use, as well as for monitoring and controlling these chemicals currently used in thousands of commercial purposes, either in pharma industry, either in sugar industry, either in chemical industries, or other most. The chemical equipment used today are beneficial, but simultaneously have the potential to damage human health, environment, equipment, and the property. A new culture of safety and security, consequences, accountability, has developed in organizations and education institutions around the world. Particularly, the laboratories of the chemical industry, government, and academia have developed special procedures and equipment for handling and managing chemicals and equipment safely and securely. Realizing the importance of chemical safety and security for the laboratories, this two-day program has been planned focusing on the subject. The program focuses on lectures being delivered by experts, eminent scholars, researchers in the area of laboratory and chemical safety and security, aimed at building concepts, enhancing critical thinking, and developing understanding of the subject at undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate levels. Laboratory and chemical safety and security has critical role for the staff, faculty, researchers, students, and the engineers handling these equipments working in a chemical laboratory. This workshop is designed and aimed to get understanding on how to protect their health, including laboratory accesses and environment, enhancing efficiency and productivity. जहां तक सेफ्टी का ताल्लुक है, मैं थोड़ा सा अपनी नेशनल लैंग्वेज में बात करूंगा। इस वक्त जो पेंडेमिक है, पहले जहां भी होता था किसी भी प्रोडक्ट के बारे में उसकी एफिकेसी या उसका होता था, चाहे वो जब काम करे, लेकिन अब प्रायोरिटी जो है वो सेफ्टी के बारे में, चाहे वो आप लैब में काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो इंडस्ट्री में कर रहे हैं, किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में हो, उसमें लैब के अंदर जो है डिफरेंट रिएजेंट्स, डिफरेंट सॉल्वेंट्स, स्पेशली द ऑर्गेनिक सॉल्वेंट्स। 40 साल पहले जो है जब मैं स्टूडेंट था, क्योंकि हमारी ट्रेनिंग नहीं होती थी, मैं उस वक्त गोमल यूनिवर्सिटी में फार्मेसी का स्टूडेंट था, तो पिपेट के जरिए हमारे क्लास फेलोस ने सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड सक करने की कोशिश की, तो उसकी चीखें निकल गई, हमें पता चला कि उसके मुंह में सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड चला गया और वो सारी रात जो है वो बेआराम रहा, और जब सुबह दोबारा आया तो उसका मुंह जो है वो सारा जख्मी था और सारा जो है वो डॉक्टर को भी दिखाया और उसका इमरजेंसी ट्रीटमेंट करना पड़ा। कहना का मकसद ये है कि जो लेबोरेटरीज के अंदर जब अंडर ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, चाहे वो उसके बाद एमफिल के हों या पीईडी के स्टूडेंट्स हों, उनको हजारों केमिकल्स, रिएजेंट्स और सॉल्वेंट्स से वास्ता पड़ता है और उनकी प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग नहीं होती। ये एक ऐसा एरिया है जिसमें इसकी ट्रेनिंग की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत थी। मेरा ख्याल में जो पूरे पाकिस्तान से जो साइंटिस्ट आए हुए हैं, मुख्तलिफ इदारों में काम करने वाले हैं, आप लोगों के डिफरेंट एक्सपर्टीज हैं, जब आप अपने इदारों में वापस जाएं तो आप यहाँ से एज ए मास्टर ट्रेनर पे जाएंगे, पाकिस्तान से ट्रेन होके जाएंगे, और आपने मास्टर ट्रेनर के तौर पर आपने अपने इदारे, ना सिर्फ अपने इदारे में बल्कि जो बाकी आपके चाहे अकेडमिया हैं तो बाकी तालीमी इदारों में, चाहे इंडस्ट्री में तो बाकी इंडस्ट्री में, आप जरूर प्रोग्राम बनाएं कि आप उन लोगों को ट्रेन करें। और हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट हैं, चाहे वो लैब में है या इंडस्ट्री में है, वो इंतहाई सिक्योर और सेफ रहें। दुनिया इतनी बड़ी है कि हर चीज का अहाता करना बहुत ही मुश्किल है। ये जैसे कोविड है तो उसमें रोजाना सुबह एक बात होती है साइंटिस्ट की, शाम को कुछ और होती है, फिर अगले दिन हम कहते हैं जी अब इसको, अब ये जो पहला कंसेप्ट था वो गलत है, और रोजाना एक नए कंसेप्ट आ रहे हैं। तो ये जो लेबोरेटरीज में इस्तेमाल होने वाले जो केमिकल्स हैं, जो रिएजेंट्स होते हैं या ऑर्गेनिक सॉल्वेंट्स होते हैं, उनसे बचने के लिए उनके जो हैजर्ड्स होते हैं, जब तक ट्रेनिंग नहीं होगी उस वक्त तक उनसे सेफ रहना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। تو سب سے پہلے جو ہے ٹیچرز کو ٹرین کیا جائے جو اپنے اسٹوڈنٹس کو ٹرین کرتے ہیں. ٹیچرز کو لیبارٹری کے کیسے ان کو جو کیمیکل سے سیو کیا جا سکتا ہے, اور اس کے بعد اسٹوڈنٹس کے لیے باقاعدہ ٹریننگ ہو, ان کی اٹینڈنس لگے, ان کا باقاعدہ ایک منتھلی شیڈول ہو, چاہے 1 گھنٹے کے لیے کی نہ ہو, لیکن یہ ہونا چاہیے. لیکن اس کی امپورٹنس ہے جو کہ پاکستان میں, جو کہ دنیا کا چھٹا بڑا ملک ہے, یہ کوئی 1 ملین 2 ملین 10 ملین کا نہیں ہے. میرا صبح سے شام تک میڈیسن سے واسطہ رہتا ہے, سیفٹی سے. اب جو کرونا کی ویکسین ہے, اس کی سیفٹی میں پورا پاکستان کی ہسٹری میں پہلی دفعہ میں نے 73-74 سال میں کوئی ایسا نہیں ایونٹ ہوتا تھا کہ کسی کو ویکسین لگی اور اس کا جو ہے ایڈوانس ایونٹ فارمیشن رپورٹ ہوں. تو میں چونکہ پاکستان نیشنل ویکسین کمیٹی کا کوآپریٹڈ ممبر ہوں, تو میں نے کہا کہ آپ 4 ڈیسیژن کرتے ہیں یا 5 ڈیسیژن کرتے ہیں, جب تک یہ ویکسین نہیں لگے گی, جہاں بھی لگاتے ہیں اس میں اس کے ایڈوانس ڈرگ ریئیکشن رپورٹنگ نہیں ہوگی, تو میرا اس میں نوٹ آف ڈیسنٹ لکھ لیں. میرے ایک بات کرنے سے اللہ کا یہ فضل ہوا ہے کہ 1500 زیادہ ویکسینیشن سینٹرز ہیں, اور وہ جہاں ویکسین لگ رہی ہے اس کے ایڈوانس فارمولیشن جو ہے, اس کو جو بھی سائیڈ ایفیکٹ ہیں اس ویکسین سے سیفٹی سے ریلیٹڈ یا جو بھی ایفیکٹس ہوتے ہیں اس کے وہ نوٹ ہو رہے ہیں. اور اس وقت ہمارے پاس 10,000 سے زیادہ جو ہے وہ ایونٹ رپورٹ ہو چکے ہیں پورے پاکستان سے, اور جو دنیا کو ہم WHO کو بھیج رہے ہیں. اب میرا کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ یہ جو سیفٹی ہے اس وقت دنیا میں سب سے بڑا کنسرن ہے, اور جو ہمارے جو اکیڈیمیا ہے, جو انڈسٹری میں جو بھی لوگ صفحہ کھا رہے ہیں, ہمیں ان کو سیو کرنا چاہیے. یہ میں نے آپ کو پہلے 40 سال پہلے اسٹوڈنٹ لائف کی بتائی تھی. ہمارے ٹیچر ہیں پروفیسر جی میانا, ان کے ایک کلیگ تھے پروفیسر عارف صاحب, 20 سال انہوں نے سعودی عرب میں گزارا. وہ کوئی کیمیکلز, وہ لیب کے اندر تھے, انہوں نے کیمیکلز ہاتھ سے اوپر اٹھانے کی کوشش کی, کیمیکلز اور سالوینٹس ان کے اوپر گر گئے, ان کی گردن پہ ڈیمیج ہوئے, اب وہ سر کا وزن نہیں اپنا بیلنس کر سکتے اور وہ ڈسیبل ہو گئے. تو ایسے کئی ایونٹس ہیں جو کہ بھرے پڑے ہیں, آج کل نیٹ کا زمانہ ہے. تو اس کے ساتھ ہی میں آپ لوگوں کا شکریہ ادا کروں کہ آپ لوگوں نے ٹائم نکالا, اور اس کو میری ریکویسٹ ہے. دیکھیں میں کریڈٹ دیتا ہوں ہز ایکسلنسی اقبال چودھری صاحب کو, وہ ایسے ٹاپک لا رہے ہیں, اور نہ صرف پاکستان کو بلکہ 57 جو مسلم امہ کے کنٹریز ہیں ان کو بھی ٹرین کر رہے ہیں, ان کو بھی ایک ویژن دے رہے ہیں. یہ ان کے ویژنری تھنکنگ ہے جس کی وجہ سے ہم مستفید ہو رہے ہیں. اس کے ساتھ ہی تھینک یو ویری مچ. السلام.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we request Chairman PSF, Professor Shahid Mahmood Beg Sahab, for his address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Professor Iqbal, Dr. Khalid Latif, Professor Rashid, Professor Zahir, distinguished guests, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor for me to be here in this morning to say a few words at this very important 2 days event, which comstech and ICCBS has jointly organized. My dear friends and distinguished guests, you know, we as a student of science, faculty and researcher, we are working in the labs and industry on a daily basis, and we are exposed to various chemicals and consumables, and we are using equipment. Some of these are obviously very beneficial for our research and human health, but at the same time, these have some immediate side effects and some have long-term effects. For example, we are using ethidium bromide in the DNA labs on daily basis. It has no immediate effect, but you see, it is mutagenic, it is carcinogenic, and as Professor Iqbal and Professor Rashid has mentioned that many of our colleagues have been exposed and they face serious injuries, and some of them unfortunately expired due to cancer or other long-term effects. And actually these accidents and effects of these chemicals and consumables and equipment can be avoided You see, as a good student, when you enter any good lab, before entering any lab, you have to go through a good lab practice course. How to handle the chemicals, how to use the equipment, and how to handle the animals if you are using any animal models or animal studies. But here in Pakistan and in, I suppose, in many of the Muslim countries, many students and researchers, they enter the lab and straight away start working without any good lab practice course or any briefing about the lab, how to work in the lab, and how to save minor and major accidents. You see, you must have been, some of you must have been working in the good labs. And before entering the lab, if you are using chemicals, you have to pass a course to use the chemicals. If you are using some specialized equipment, you have to go through a certain course. Similarly, if you are using animals or doing some animal experiment, you have to pass the course. Unless you pass, and some safety measures also, biosafety and some accident, etc. You have to pass these course. Once you are certified, only then you enter the lab. In Pakistan and some other Muslim countries, I suppose there are many labs which are not training their students properly before entering the lab, which results into some accidents and some long-term effects. I'm thankful to Professor Iqbal, his team at ICCPS and Comstech that they have organized this course. The title of this course is Chemical Safety and Security in Academic and Industrial Laboratories. So not only the academic laboratories, but the industrial laboratories can be beneficial of this course. There are participants from other countries also, and participants on the online also. And Pakistan Premier Research Establishment, the International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, ICCPS, it was established under the leadership of Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, who took the initiative of laboratory safety and security improvement in academia. And all 50 laboratories of the ICCPS were audited for HSC practice and gaps by external HEC experts. So it's unique in Pakistan. I have visited these laboratories and I was very much impressed by the good lab practice and the way they are following the SOPs to work in the lab and how their students are trained, their faculty are trained. So in this way, they have minimized the accidents and the effects of the different chemicals and consumables. A comprehensive health, safety, and environment improvement plan was initiated at the center, including HSC training of staff and emergency responders. In addition, a compulsory course on laboratory safety and security for MPhil and PhD students and researchers was started for the first time in Pakistan and at ICCPS. The pioneering institutional efforts then extended to national level, and lectures, training delivered by eminent subject experts from the industry were organized. These were aimed at developing understanding and appreciation of chemical safety and security and undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral levels. These lectures, courses are relayed nationwide in various universities and other higher educational institutions through VEP, that is Virtual Education Project in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to note that based on the significance of chemicals safety and security in human health and public protection, Comstech has brought together distinguished scientists, experts, academics, students, and researchers from the OIC countries and organized this major international event. I have been told that in this conference, world-renowned scientists and subject experts have been engaged for the training. I congratulate the Coordinator General, Comstech, and his team for undertaking this initiative of organizing this advanced training course. Ladies and gentlemen,
Pakistan Science Foundation and Ministry of Science and Technology strongly believes that in order to establish and promote a scientific culture focused initiative strategies, regulatory framework, and same work practices are essential if the nation wants to reap the benefits of science and technology readiness. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Science and Technology is currently focusing on building Pakistan technology competence by developing a larger pool of human resources, strengthening of technology institutions, and enhancing the capacity of indigenization of technology. The Pakistan Science Foundation and Ministry of Science and Technology greatly values the central role of comstech under the leadership of Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, which is playing not only in the capacity building of OIC countries through bilateral and multilateral linkages and exchanges, but also its pivotal role is strengthening Pakistan R&D capacity by improving competence of institutions and individuals. Ministry of Science and Technology fully understand that comstech is the strongest intergovernmental organization of Pakistan, which plays a central role in Pakistan science diplomacy initiative. We are closely working with the comstech for the success of a large number of initiatives and programs which have been launched under the able leadership of Professor Chaudhry. Pakistan Science Foundation and Ministry of Science and Technology look forward to our continued cooperation with comstech. Ladies and gentlemen, I must share with you that Pakistan Science Foundation, Ministry of Science and Technology, and comstech are working on a number of joint ventures for the advancement of science and technology in Pakistan and in the OIC countries. And this workshop, this 2 days workshop and course is also a part of it. And in the future, we have planned so many programs which we will be doing together. Ministry of Science and Technology and Pakistan Science Foundation look forward to our continued cooperation with comstech, particularly in knowledge sharing and capacity building program for scientists in emerging technologies, as well as very innovative consortium of Center of Excellence program, which comprises of best S&T institutions in the OIC countries. I'm sure that with the continued support and commitment of government and the efforts of researchers and innovators, we can move forward a very bright future for our country and for our brothers and sisters in OIC world. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I come to my comments, and I wish you a very successful 2 days course here, very safe stay here, and I hope you will enjoy the beauty of Islamabad and the company of your colleagues and friends here. Thank you very much. Stay there. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of comstech management, I would like to thank our distinguished guests, Professor Shahid Beg Saab, Dr. Abdul Rashid, Mr. Khalid Latif, and Dr. Zahir, who have traveled long way distances for delivering lectures. I would also thank our resource person and participants, and the virtual participants who have joined us from Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Cameroon, Malaysia, Turkey, Somalia, and sorry for if I have missed anyone, any country here. I would also like to thank our resource person, Ms. Sabine, who has joined virtually from Germany. I would extend my sincere thanks to the staff of comstech who have worked day and night for organizing this event. There is a small announcement that certificates will be given to the participants who have marked their attendance. So I would request if anyone has missed the attendance, please do mark your attendance outside. Now we may proceed outside for the group photo, followed by the tea break. I would also request everyone to join us back in the auditorium on time. We'll have a short break because the session is already delayed, and we have a break of 20 minutes only. So we'll resume the session at 11 sharp. Thank you, everyone.
So we'll begin our first technical session now. I would like to invite Mr. Khalid Latif to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Zahirullah.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, and thank you again for coming up on time. So let's start the session, day one session. So first of all, I would like to introduce a bit about Dr. Zahirullah, who is currently serving as a professor of computational chemistry, group of the International Center of Chemical and Biological Sciences, and faculty in charge safety at the ICCBS. Dr. Zahir received PhD in organic chemistry and obtained his postdoctoral training in theoretical chemistry from University of Innsbruck, Austria, and he is a recipient of OEAD Fellow, Austria, a senior Fulbright Fellow, USA, and Alexander von Humboldt Fellow, Germany. He has more than 20 years of experience in research and published over 175 research articles and supervised over 3 MPhil PhD so far. And he's direct support for me in implementing and training the staff and students of ICCBS in University of Karachi, and he's my contact and focal person. And believe me, without his commitment and dedication, we would have not been able to start this journey, which is ongoing, because safety is not a destination. Work safely is not a destination, it's a journey. So, Doctor, over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome back. Thank you, Khalid sir, for your kind introduction. And it's an honor for me to be among my colleagues, I should say, and friends from rest of the part of Pakistan. Well, we are from the one part of Pakistan, and you are from the rest of the Pakistan, I should say, particularly in this area during the pandemic. So our mobility is really decreased so manifold. And now we have less opportunity to discuss in any issue face to face. I'm happy to see a very good gathering over here. And similarly, I also welcome all the participants who are logged in at the online, which are more than 200, I guess, and it's still 77 is already online. So they will participate, of course, come and forth. So this is an excellent opportunity for me. Oh, well, and I really appreciate for our director, my teacher and mentor. Whenever we spend some time with them, we still feel that we are in the school and learning. So this is a learning process, and of course we keep learning, and here basically provide us an opportunity to extend what we are doing other than my own primary responsibility, that is the research in computational chemistry. But along with this, he provides us the opportunity to work on the other field. So this is another my second field of me, and I'm working in it from last couple of years. Along with and then Khalid Sahib, he continuously support us for the betterment of this. As he already mentioned, that this is not a journey, and this is not a destination, it's a journey. So we are every day we're trying to implement and improve our system, which pay off. And I will in next half an hour, I will try to share with you a successful model, and which give you an idea on which this event is organized, why safety is important, and what it makes difference if you take it as an example. So ICCBS, the institute where I belong, I present This institute is an example. If you implement HSC and safety culture, not only safety equipment, safety culture, what does safety culture mean and what is the difference? And what is our emphasis, our efforts and our wishes that after 2 days of the discussion over here, when we go back, we will try to implement in our own institute, in every institute in Pakistan, whatever the participants coming, try to implement the same culture over there, which makes a difference. So I will take a few slides of early slide. I will show before the implementation, and then we'll move what is the impact of the implementation. And then I will also share how we implement this system in our culture, in our institute. So in principle, the safety culture is already introduced in early time of the institute when they began early 60s or 70s. So we already purchased a few equipment at the time. But the major bottleneck, so you already have the safety equipment in the institute, the bottleneck, lack of infrastructure. So few things are not enough. So you need an entire infrastructure for the implementation. And the most important thing, that the professional training, the instrument is there, the things are there, equipment are there, but they are useless without proper training. So this is one of the key factors, I should say, which we are emphasizing. And what is training means? Training is not that you provide the training for few people and then close it. Training is a continuous process. So what we have implemented our institute, you will be surprised to know that we try to organize training week every month, training day, sorry. Training every month, we have a small training session for a small group. So now we have divided the training into, so one training is for the mass people, so we have organized as much as the people, and then with a short training and every month. So as a result, all the graduates which enroll in our institute have the opportunity to take the benefit and in hand-on training at least 2 to 3 times in their career when they stay in the ICCBS for 4 or 5 years. So because short training means not more than 20 participants. So every month we provide a training, 20 participants, which include students, faculty, staff, and visitors sometimes, if they come for a bit longer time. And then the important thing, cultural changes. You know, what is our culture? Very prominent culture, very deep-rooted culture. Allah karne wala. Kuch nahi hota. We are in this system, we are working in this lab, nothing happened to me. I'm working in this chemistry lab for last couple of years, nothing happened to me. I am driving the motorcycle for last 20 years, no accidents, nothing to me, no need of safety things. So these are the culture which is inserted in our society. It is very difficult to change a culture. You know, this is the most and hard part. You can provide the training, you can provide the material, everything, but if you cannot change the mind, probably nothing will work. This is the part where we have to really work hard to change the mentality. And academic freedom misinterpreted. So they say we are the researchers, we are free to do anything, whatever we want. We have to excel, we have to do more work, we can do whatever we want and the way we want. This is very difficult. For instance, they are in the labs and they say science is more important than the safety. So let me do my science. They are not ready to use the PPP while they are in the labs. It's really hard to convince them. If you are in the lab, you have to follow certain rules and principles to continue your safety. And then the lack of commitment from the various level, of course, the financial constraint. So these are the two factors which management side. Management have to decide about the financial matter and the commitment from the higher side. If you can somehow convince your higher authority at the upper level to invest good sum of amount, and then you can put your own effort to implement it. So these are the two factors you have to work together. So in principle, if you are talking about the ICCBS, a commitment was made in the highest level just to remap the entire system, which is already there, but with the investment in infrastructure and human resources to make the ICCBS a safe place to work and model institutes for other to follow. So now we are already, I mean, we are proudly can say that we are at that stage, we can present our institute as a model for the other academic institutions, not only in Pakistan, anywhere in the world, particularly the OIC countries. So they can visit it. We are more than happy to invite you, come and visit and see. And still, if you find, of course, there will be some, you find some gaps over there, just point out, and we'll be more than happy to further improve our system. So, and why we are going to spend this 2 days over here? What the advantage of safe work? So they safe work, the most important is safe you, other lab workers, of course, you are working with them, a staff member of the whole institute, and the visitors, if you allow, nowadays hardly no visitors, your workplace. So not only remember science is important, as a student, your work is important, but on top of this, you are the most important thing. The instrument are important, but you are the most important thing. If you are safe and your instrument remains safe, then any institution can get the maximum benefit. So safety of yourself, your institution, your equipment are equally important, and you have to emphasize on it. And this is the most important thing, law, implementation. What does ICCPS law says? And not only in document, but in implementation. By law, you must work safely, you must not endanger others, and you must not misuse safety equipment. And still, if you are doing, we have very strongly implemented the penalty system, which may include to restrict your entrance in the labs or financial constraint or the fines. So these are the law and implement. As a result, you can see the difference in the ICCPS. And once you are the member of this society, this institute, you have to make a risk assessment. So what we are doing, we are not done the risk assessment once, but we are practicing routinely. So every year, we make a routine assessment for each and every lab, which is to determine the new hazard and risk, because every day we can come up with new options, relevant available data. So whatever data we have, so now we are emphasizing a lot on keeping the data. Whatever the data we have from last couple of years, we try to store them, keep them, and then utilize them for the benefit for the next year. So this is a very strong culture now. Whatever the incident or near miss happened, we try to store them, keep them. So near miss really help them a lot to make a new mess in near future. So every year the data shows that we are in a path that decreasing the next. So previously, if the number of near miss is more than 200, now it's decreasing for 40 and 50, something like that. So gradually we are improving our system, which pays off a lot. So in next few slides, I would like to share with you the dark picture of the ICCPS, which I should say dark, because these were the old pictures before the implementation, all these things, when the director of our ICCPS take the initiative from the last, in the early 20s. So next few slides, which not only the pictures of ICC, but I would say these are the picture or representation of almost all the institute of Pakistan, I can say. Any laboratory, just visit any laboratory of chemistry, biochemistry, pharmacy, or any lab in any institution in Pakistan. Maybe few of the institutes are very good. It's not say that everyone, but most of the thing, unfortunately, major of the institute, I can say, present such scenario. So this is the housekeeping situation. So you can keep anything anywhere, and you can use anything. For example, this is a good example. And one more thing, so most of the time, this is not like we are doing something negatively with a negative thought. Sometimes we do something in positive thought, but this is against the good practice. And we have to teach them, no, even you are a good mind people, you're trying to save something, but this is not in a good practice. For example, you are not supposed to use any eating box or bottle or anything to use the chemicals. You are not supposed to use the chemicals in chemicals laboratory, because you never know that someone can enter in the labs and he can misuse the things which were not supposed to do. So these are the few examples. So again, the example of this, my stuff belongs to my senior. I don't belong to them, so I cannot change it. The things remain over there, and you can see people are taking the benefit, mishandling the corner part of any building, misuse. So look at the cylinder they are using in the labs without proper safety gadgets. And then even the place is there, safety equipment is there, they are hindered by some equipment. You can see an emergency exit or closed by something over there. So these are the, you can keep the thing implement over there, but you have to keep monitor it. If you will not monitor, things will change with passage of time. Look at this. So there was a time in SCCBS you can find that the electrical equipment were used with the extension, and literally we remove more than 200 extension board when we decide that this is not good for us. We remove more than 200 extension boards. Now you cannot find, hardly you can find any extension, because extension is not for the permanent use. And there was a time when you use it for a permanent purpose. Look at this. Good example. Already the plug was burned, but still we are reusing it because we would like to save some amount. We can work like that. And for the last picture, the storage of the chemicals in the lab. So you can see nearby one lab is a whole drum of the solvent. And we know by HSC that we cannot keep more than 50 liters of any solvent in any lab atmosphere for any purpose we use. So there was no controlling system. Then we decide necessary safety measurement institution level. So what are the necessary stuff? We train them and implement them. Now the area has changed. So as I mentioned, the small training, so not more than 20 people at a time. So what is the early stage? I mean, you give a training of 400, 500 people, they come over there, only 5 or 10 people participate over there and rest leave from the event. And I strongly believe until unless you will not take part of your own, you can never understand it, what is it. So you have to do by hand. At the time of emergency, no one can help you. So if you are trained at the time of emergency, you can really help the institution. And we have a plenty of examples that this training helped us a lot to save our institute and different levels. So now what institute offering? So this is the main entrance of our institute, which is controlled for more than 25 buildings at the ICCBS. The whole institute, which comprise more than 25 buildings and literally more than 100 labs, they are connected on the main entrance. So and each and every lab is connected with entrance and with the alarming system. So if there any incident happen in every year, it can be. So this is the control system which reflects you the place and area. You can easily monitor within 25 building which building is affected with the alarm system, and you can reach over there within no time. So you can see the entire institute is now with the smoke detector system and heat detector system. We have over 3,000 smoke detector system. And I will also would like to mention, so this is not just placement of the detector, but to maintain it. We have a monthly checking system of each and every apparatus. So let me repeat it again. So instruments are there and now you have to maintain it. So we have a system that we monitor each and every safety equipment on monthly basis. We have a checklist, which is checked and submitted for the safety system every month. So in the case of emergency, they still work. The easy access for the shower and wash, eye wash. In a building, in every floor, in case God forbid, there is something happen, there is some sparing solvent on your body, on your eyes or something like that, immediately you can go over there and wash your eyes and your body with plenty of water to save. So fire extinguishing system, so we have more than 1,050 kg, less than 50 kg and more than 200, more than 50 kgs of fire extinguishing available in each and every building, every corridor, every lab, and every possible places. Again, they are not only kept over there, they are monitored on monthly basis. So every machine is numbered and they are reported on the basis. So in case of malfunctioning, we can change it before they get any problem. So previously we have the example, it was there, and in case of emergency, when you pick it and try to use it, it doesn't work. So we learn the lesson. So what we have to do, we have to check them on every month, because in case of emergency, if it did not work, then all the effort are useless. At that time, you don't have time. Probably if you are lucky, and believe me, if you are lucky and you know there is an incident, you have hardly 2 to 3 minutes to control it. If you cannot control in 3 to 5 minutes, it will be a bit difficult. And God forbid, if it goes to 10 minutes, then probably no system exists to control it. Then you just have to wait that everything will vanish. So you just have few minutes to control it. And if you can control in few minutes, probably no loss. Just few hundred to 1,000 rupees loss, and everything is settled down. So we have a lot of examples that without zero loss or just 2 or 3 fire extinguishers were utilized, and you can say this is a routine, nothing happened. But God forbid, if you cannot control this for this 2 minutes, and the next day you maybe have a big news in the TV. Please. So you can see every fire alarm system, fire exit system, well implemented. And along with this, well noticed, everybody can see and can read the near elevator, near corridor, and every possible places. We have the written messages, emergency number. So all kind of emergency number. And probably this is the first institute where we have the one emergency number called 166. You can call, and this will be attended, and help will be there within 2 minutes. So we have the system that if you call in 166, within 2 minutes, the help will be there to solve your problem or to save you, to evacuate you, or to deal with the problems. What was the problem inside the ICCPS? And similarly, we have the public address system for the entire institute to control any mishap. We strongly try to implement the PPP in the labs, which is again very difficult. So most of the time, students come in our institute with some or little bit more experience in the lab. So they say, we are already working from last couple of years. We don't mind if you work without lab coats or without any goggles or anything like that. And we have to really work hard for them to make sure that this is ICCPS and you have to follow the principle regardless of that. You know, let me share it with you. Whenever you go to the labs, the first excuse, I'm not working. Excuse me, you are sitting in the labs. If you are sitting in the lab, it means you are exposed to the solvent, you are exposed to the chemicals, you have no option other than just you should be in the PPP. Regardless you are working or your colleague is working, you are in the lab, you have to follow certain principles, certain PPP. And of course, this PPP can be changed as per the nature of your work, that you have to discuss with the supervisor and have to implement accordingly. And you have to keep the lab in this shape. Now you can visit the ICCPS. This is the new look of the ICCPS. And I already shared with the old picture of the ICCPS. When you are living, your working place should be like that. So the next day you will come. Similarly, you have to keep the place in the appropriate place, the sharp place. You can see all the cylinders, most of the cylinders are out of the buildings, not in the lab. So this is the principle. So you should try to keep the cylinder in a minimum number inside the building. You can keep outside, and in case you have to place inside, it should be properly clamped. And if you are outside, they should be properly packed and properly labeled that no one can reach over there because cylinder are. So in the next few lectures, Khalisa will tell you in details how to deal with them. So now, even in the labs, they are properly hung out. And of course, eating is totally forbidden in our institute. So you cannot eat or drink anything in the labs. But for this, you have to provide the alternate. So we provide the alternate. So in every building, we have the eating place. You are supposed to use eating place for the eating purpose. You can over there. But still, I'm emphasizing one thing again and again, that only the providing the stuff, providing the equipment is not enough. You have to monitor it. You have to control it on regular basis. So there are two examples. So previously, you can see, you can easily enjoy the tea in one hand and solvent in other hand. There's no more this culture over there, but again, the facility over there, eating place, and what people are doing, so they are not trained. They kept the samosa inside the microwave and busy in their telephone. As a result, you can see what happened. So you have to train them again and again what is safety means. If you are working with any electrical equipment, you are not supposed to leave it unattended. You are talking about the microwave, you are talking about the rotary web, or you are talking about any machine you are working on it. So keep in mind, any rotating machine, if you are working in it, this is a principle. You are not supposed to leave any rotating machine unattended. You have to be in front of it until unless you finish. And in case you have to leave this place, better to close it, or if you really trust someone, ask them to stand in front of this machine, which is hardly you can find someone dead. Someone will stand in front of the machine for you. As soon as you will leave, he or she will leave. There was an incident in my lab, autoclave, a bus, and then we tried the guy who was there. He was found to be in the market. We just left for 1 hour, something like that. And then I asked my colleague to stand over there. So let me repeat it. So if you are working on anything, try to stand in front of this machine by yourself. Again, we provide the different quality of a PPP, which is one of the examples. So this PPP belongs to your own work, nature of your own work, and you have to decide, you have to discuss with your PI that which kind of PPP you are supposed to use. Similarly, there was a time when the kids are allowed in our lab. So, I mean, we have a lot of girls and mothers, they are working. They are also responsibilities. They bring their kids, and somehow there's no option. They have to bring them kids in the labs. But now we have a very nice places in the building, the ICCPS nursery. So you are not supposed to bring the kids anymore in the lab, and you can really work very nicely in your lab while your kids are safe in some places. And waste disposal, this is one of the very important factor. Again, what and where and how. So you have to learn which kind of disposable you have in your lab. Is a biological disposal, chemical disposable. Remember, in every lab probably you will find a sink, and this sink is not for chemical purpose. Otherwise, life is very easy. You can use all of your solvent and use this sink to throw it out. But remember, now you are not supposed to use sink is only for water purpose. You are not supposed to use any chemicals. So we have a very nice collection system of all the solvent and the chemicals. And similarly, radioactive chemicals or any animals or biological weapons. So we have a different system. So this is the incinerator. For our institute's purpose, we cannot offer it for the other institute because this is this is not that it can only have twice in a week. So we have this incinerator for our own purpose. We are in the process to probably implement a larger system that we can offer other institutes. So these are the few measures we have taken in the last couple of years, that training for several volunteers and every reception. Now, if you enter any lab, any building, every receptionist is well trained. So this is the first step. Every first aid box in each and every lab. Oxygen cylinder for emergency use. So we already have the cylinder, and not only the cylinder is there, trained person is over there to use it in case of emergency. These are the few examples. Well-equipped ambulance is already there. Firefighting system, we already have our own fire safety system. We have the own bomb disposable trained people so they can deal with them. And a special arrangement of, so you can see it's our own bomb disposable fire system, our own system, our own ambulance. So this is 166. I mentioned you can find everywhere in our buildings. So 160 you can call, and this call will be picked and response will be there within no time. Every receptionist, and this is for some handicapped people. So we try to keep everything for the all staff, students, and the faculty members over there. So we have the gathering places in case of any fire or incident, the whole building, we are supposed to leave the building, and we most of the time, at least twice in a year, we make a drill, make sure the building will be empty in less than 3 minutes. So once the alarm is there, you are supposed to leave the building without hurry and without taking anything. So you are not supposed to really rush and damage to other people. And similarly, you are not supposed to pick all your belongings and then leave. So this is now the people are trained. So there is a system over there. They are well trained. Now, if there is an alarm, building will be empty in less than 3 minutes. So every building has an emergency exit. other than the normal exit. Similarly, we have a number of science system over there. You can find everywhere over there. So 166 is our now controlling system. Along with this, I can say that the ICCPS, the 20 years back, and ICCPS with this. So all this implementation was initially started with my colleague, Dr. Raza Shah, and then under the guidance of Dr. Saab. And then I charge over from last 5-6 years. Now we are working on this system. Khalid Saab is my team. He is continuously supporting, and now everything is on the implement. It's still very in the process. So if from the audience, from in-house or from the online, anyone is interested into to understand much better how to implement and how to place the things, I'm more than happy to discuss with you. You can write me email, you can call me, or you can use any way of discussion with me. With this, I will thank you, all of you, for your support. Thank you very much. So, time is up.
Thank you, Dr. Zahir, for the insightful presentation. Now I would like to introduce to you the next speaker who would be delivering the lecture for the rest of the technical session, Mr. Khalid Latif. He's a dynamic executive with over 35 years of experience in multinational companies. He has a master's degree in inorganic chemistry from the University of Karachi, and he has participated in various professional training courses and medium-term assignments of parent companies in Europe and Asia Pacific countries. Furthermore, during his professional career, he achieved success in lowering cost and improving delivery of products to the customer using various modern supply chain concepts. Under the University Industry Interaction Seminar Series, he delivers lectures on various technical subjects, including workplace ergonomics, health safety and environment, and processional integrity at multiple institutions in Pakistan. I would like to invite Mr. Khalid Latif. Please, sir.
Okay, Ji. Welcome again. I hope you are still alive, not sleepy. So are you ready? Because now we need to start a very comprehensive subject. That is laboratory safety and security. And I try to condense the course in 2 days. And primarily, chemical safety management is 60 hours course. We used to train people from various disciplines, academia, industry. And if people are interested to go through this comprehensive 60-hour course, so you can contact us. But to condense 60 hours course in 3 or maybe 6 hours, hell of a lot of exercise. So I will skip few slides because we will give you a soft copy of the this presentations. It will be on the website of Comstech. So you can always refer to the slides, which I'm not going to read. Believe me, I will just skip those slides. So these are 16 topics we will cover in coming 2 days, today and tomorrow. And in between, my learned friend and colleague from Bayer, Sabine Schulz, she will take up the topic of hazard warning science, GHS labeling, tagging, coding. So she will going to take this topic probably after lunchtime. And I was informed that lunch is a bit late, so there might be some reshuffling of the program, but don't worry, nothing will be missed. I can stay here, stand here for the entire day, and depends upon your energy level. And if you feel sleepy, please ask questions or stand up. Otherwise, if you are sitting on a cozy chair, then believe me, after 1 hour or so, you will be very, very sleepy. Can you hear me sharp and loudly, because I need to. The problem with me, I cannot stay on the rostrum for longer time. I keep moving. So if you allow me to use this microphone. Is it much better now? So everybody can hear me? Okay, good. So we'll have these 8 topics today. Inshallah, we'll try to cover up all these topics. Starting with behavior-based safety. In your opinion, what is behavior-based safety? Anyone? Behavior-based safety. Okay. All right. When we talk about culture and safety culture, especially and behavior, it has a lot of things at the back end. What are those? Generally, in our country, and I'm sure in most of the countries, these sort of statements comes in someone's mind. Okay? Safety again, somebody came here and he will give us lecture, this foolish person will, try to teach us safety. We already know how to work safely. This is a mindset, or rather set mind, not mindset, set mind. So I will try to reverse the equation, set mind to mindset. Okay. And very funny thing is waste of time to use PPE. Good. The last one, I think you might not be able to read. So can you do something to, so that, because most of my slides are a bit crowded. Yeah. Another two statements. Safety is expensive. We believe safety is expensive. हाथ खड़ा कर दें अगर बोल नहीं सकते तो. Is it expensive? Very, very expensive. No. Safety is free. And I don't have time to take 6. Another excuse. And this is careless attitude prevails everywhere, in the industry, in academia, at your homes, in the offices, on roads. You can see these unsafe behaviors everywhere in the country. Occupational health and safety at workplace. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, we have very poor or undeveloped safety culture or reporting culture. We don't report things and then proudly say, oh, 1 million safe work hour in our company or workplace, but there is no reporting. If you don't report a bad thing, everything is good. So you need to develop a reporting culture. Psychology of safety. What is psychology of safety? Is intuition. Intuition means your sixth sense. So try and use intuition, because it could be your top safety skill. See the accident in your intuition or in your sixth sense before it happens. Virtual accident, not the real one. Locus of control. I mean, people who are studying biology or they know very well what is locus of control and how human mind works. The extent you feel control of the events in your life. Two sets, internal and external. If you move to the left hand side of the chart, internal events are determined by own's behavior. Okay, events are determined by outside forces or from other people's or fate. Kismat hamari. Less likely to have accident. This people using this part of their brain control, and more likely to have an accident. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, and to an extent in other countries, other third world countries, we are on the left hand or right hand side, external. So that's why we end up in more accidents than some other countries. Shortcuts. What's the drawback or repercussion of shortcut? कौन बताएगा? Shortcut. हाँ हाँ For example, in this auditorium, you are sitting in that chair or somewhere away from the stairs, and you will try to take the shortest route and might have a slip and fall incident rather than using stairs. Shortcuts can take you to places you don't want to be. You're not there. Okay? And nobody wants to go to the hospital. Do you? Shortcuts can take you to the place you don't want to go. Luck works in safety. Is it true? Does it work? Safety goggles because as Dr. Zahid was indicating that I'm working in the lab for so many years, nothing happened to me. I'm riding a bike, nothing happens to me. I'm driving a car at 160 kilometer per hour speed on the motorway, nothing happened to me. No cop caught me. I'm safe, I'm happy, and also using mobile phone while driving. Nothing happens to me. Luck does not work in safety, my friends, ladies and gentlemen. Accidents often result from indifferent attitudes or trying to think differently. Okay, out of frame and out of box thinking is good, but not for the sake of safety or compromising on safety. Probability. The research shows that out of 2 million unsafe acts at workplace, and I'll try and explain you what is unsafe act, unsafe behavior. One end up with fatality. Do you want a fatality in your institution? Nobody wants. And the middle part of the triangle is very important. We don't consider or capture near misses and ignore minor injuries. Okay? And this is a simple equation. If you want to bring 0 here, what would be the number here? Simple arithmetic, you can calculate. Attitude, behavior, and culture of change, ABC of change. Why people violate? In your opinion, why people violate rules? Management fails to explain or implement rules. Unclear bureaucratic rules. Misinterpretation. Rules are unnecessary. Cannot do job without breaking rule. I cannot stop on red light because I will be getting late. And unfortunately, we have very poor time management in our society, in our country. We are late in the morning, and then we do everything in hurry, override red light, and believe me, if you follow the rules and compared to one who is not following the rule, almost few minutes difference with the few minutes difference, they will get to the destination. Experiment, you can do the experiment. And breaking a red light can take you to the place you are not willing to go, you know. Grievances or with instructor, teachers or boss also plays vital role. Non-seriousness, lack of communication and training. Role of communication is very important in safety. Just imagine ATC, air traffic controller. If they communicate wrong, they might be part of air crash, because there are various countries, every country has a different accent of speaking English, and it's a thankless job of ATC to understand the accent of every national and guide them in safe landing and takeoff. What do you think the equation equals to? If I add violation errors to the violation, क्या होगा? Wants to see the lab. His or her lab in this situation. Do you? Yes or no? Yes. Who said yes? Who said yes? You want to see the lab in this condition? No. So it's a big no, a loud no. Communication. What is communication? And how it can influence lab safety? I'll come to that slide later. First, unsafe acts and accidents. This is, by the way, this is also part of communication. There is an unsafe condition. Load is unsecure. I am passing by with my friend under the unsecure load, unsafe act. Oh, bal bach gaye. Near miss. But next time you could be here, like a few inch where you should not be. Capturing near miss is the most important thing. It's the last line of defense before accident happens. So does it make sense to you? Yes or no? And I think everybody agrees you are young, you are energetic, your physiological condition is safe and sound, and you are here at the moment. But if you work unsafe with chemicals, if your habits are unsafe, you don't take care of safety, you might end up here with some chronic ailment or some terminal illness. As Dr. Professor Iqbal Chaudhary mentioned that in chemistry department, University of Karachi, years back, 4 professors passed away because of carcinogenic effect of chemicals. So what do we do now? Before starting the lab work, stop and think. Because it's not safe. Believe me, it's not safe. You have to stop and think before starting your lab. Do you agree with this statement? Clutter lab is a dangerous lab. So now I think pictures started coming into your minds. You are visualizing your labs, how my lab looks like, how it should be. From today onwards, I hope there will be a change, a real change in your work pattern and your work behaviors. So now, after behavior-based safety, then comes 6S housekeeping. What 6S stands for, I will come on it later. This is a graphic to explain you what housekeeping is. By the way, what housekeeping is? Any idea? Any thought on that? A volunteer can come over and explain. I don't mind. What is housekeeping? Is it somebody else's job or my job? Housekeeping is a place for everything, everything on its place. You know, just visualize your room. You put your clothing in certain, your jacket in certain section, your laundry, your soiled clothes in another cubicle or box, your shoes separate, your socks separate. This is housekeeping. Starts at your home. Unfortunately, if I compare us with Japanese, so housekeeping, by the way, 6S is originated from the Japanese philosophy of housekeeping. And they teach housekeeping right at the playgroup. Little children, they used to clean up their class before the start of study. And if we apply to this thing in Pakistan, people will say, oh, I'm paying 30,000 bucks for my kid's fee, and are you supposed to put him on cleaning? No way. This is somebody else's job. Then problem starts. Housekeeping and cleaning is janitor's job. This is again a misconception. So you have to change. Because I remember years back when I was in bachelor's studies. So I was working in a lab, and then I was waiting somebody, because I was, also part of the society and this culture and country. So I was waiting for somebody to clean the desk. So my lab instructor, Professor Dr. Farid, his name is. He recently came back from UK, and he's starting cleaning up the desks and mopping the areas. And that was the first lesson of housekeeping during my bachelor studies. If you are working in a lab, this is nobody else's job. You have to clean your lab or desk by yourself. Versus bad housekeeping. I think this diagram clears the concept of housekeeping in just in 2 slides. 6S, sort, straighten, scrub, standardize, systemize, and last but not least, safety. What are the resources required? $1 million question to you. Resources required for housekeeping. Who will tell me? Yes? Okay. Okay.
Most of the time, resources are fine, but actually they are paying for
Okay. Do we have a separate mic? If you can arrange, so then people answering, so a separate mic दे दे इनको, so it will be very easy for others to listen.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay, resources are integrated in the industrial and the academic laboratories. What actually
Is
required?
it working? I think people sitting at the back cannot listen to him properly. Okay, please continue. Or you can come over here
Okay, thank you very much.
quickly, because I have to keep the time management as well.
Actually, the major concern about the resources requirement is the integration of the resources in the laboratories, which is very important for handling the safety matters. We have the resources in the laboratories, in the industrial and academic laboratories, but actually we are not integrating the things all together. So more than the financial resources, we have the technical resources integration is required for handling this matter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I will try to make your life much easier than what he said. Resources. Believe me, you don't require any resource but 2 heads for housekeeping. Okay? Nothing more than that you require for housekeeping. Provided you take the monkey out of your mind that this is somebody else's job. Keep your workplace clean as you keep your kitchen, as you keep your bedroom, your washroom, or your home. Then it's gonna work. So now, third topic, good laboratory practices. What is the purpose of lab work, of your lab work? Think about it. Why we are working in the lab? One purpose is just to get the degree or certification or knowledge, which makes sense. It should be your purpose as a researcher, as a MPhil PhD student. But how can you achieve that purpose if you're not healthy? Something went wrong with your eyes or your hearing or your sense of smelling, or some fracture or something. Tips for chemical safety quickly. I will just quickly, I'm not going to read it, just quickly go through it. And if there is any question, please ask. Okay. Lab injuries. Top of the line, eye injury, because I don't want to wear safety goggles. Why? Because I am wearing a prescription glasses. Excuses after excuses. And there are over goggles which you can put over your prescription glasses, or your prescription glasses could be fitted into safety goggles. Nothing is impossible. Everything is achievable, provided you want to do it. Cuts and bruises, wrist, ankle twist. I'm stepping down and texting at the same time. My ankle is twisted, lost time injury, not able to work to the lab for next 48 hours. Back injury, head injury, mutagenic effect. And remember this golden rule. Every chemical in lab is a poison, even if it is sodium chloride or glucose. Okay? I used to bring my lunch with a lack of salt in it. I just go to the shelf and put sodium chloride, a pinch of sodium chloride from the bottle. So do you think this is a good practice? Could be a cross contamination in sodium chloride, could be potassium chloride from labeling. Exposure routes, primarily 3 chemical exposure routes. What are those? Dermal, inhalation, oral. As Dr. Rashid, I think, or the other gentleman, he mentioned that some student was pipetting sodium, concentrated sulfuric acid, and then ingested, that is oral route of chemical exposure. Based on the information given in the SDS, and we will study SDS in detail, and Sabir will also tell you about SDSs, proper training to use right PPE, care and validity and reliability of PPE. Okay, general rule, handle glassware with care. Do not use old or cracked glassware. Last but not least, do not turn on exhaust fan even at your home, not in your offices, in your kitchen. If you smell gas, natural gas, never ever turn on exhaust fan. I will tell you why later on. There are other ways to vent out the gas. Spill controls, very important. You have to have a spill control kit in your labs. How to control or contain spills? There are training videos available. You can Google search, and there will be a lot of videos available how to contain spills in the lab. Best absorbent material to my experience is sawdust because it is cheap, it is readily available compared to other expensive absorbents which you need to import from other countries. Sawdust could be used. Don't use sand because sand will be heavy in the end and it will be difficult to incinerate. Sawdust is light, has very high calorific value, it's very easy to combust in an incineration plant. Sawdust is the good medium. And then yellow bag, you know very well what is the concept of red and yellow bags. First aid boxes. I can see everything in first aid box except for the things which should be in the first aid box. And I have seen during my audits, I have seen and cardiac medicines. NGC, you know, it's a famous nitroglycerin tablet. Yeah, and no, nitrous oxide, I think, not nitro. So people used to put cardiac medicines, all sort of medicines in first aid box. No, even Panadol and Disprin could not be put in the first aid box. There is a list of items to be put in first aid box which are readily available. International Red Cross or Red Crescent Society of Pakistan. So you can download from there. But there is no prescribed list of first aid items. Every lab should use common sense and prepare their own first aid boxes. But please keep it clean and tidy. Medical checkup, safety talks, mock drills, fire extinguishers, and how to operate fire extinguishers is also important. Fire extinguisher is not something which you take and throw in the fire. It will blast and extinguish the fire. No. And LV system, I'll discuss in detail what LV system is. Emergency showers, eye wash stations, I'm sure you have in your labs, mostly. If not, then insist your management to provide you. Then come number 4, hazard. Number 4, hazard recognition, risk assessment. As I mentioned earlier, this is a 60 hours course, and I try to condense some key points and highlights out of that vast subject for you to cover up in these 2 days. RAMP, it's easy to remember. Acronyms like RAMP or STOP or STEP. So RAMP means recognizing hazards, assessing risk of hazards, minimizing hazards, and then preparing for emergencies. Then hazard area classification and risk assessment. Mostly widely applied to the industry, but in labs also you can do HACRA. Using these steps, PHA, process hazard assessment. What are the hazards in particular operation? Can be done by unannounced lab audits or using the help of an external expert. Maybe you cannot do it by yourself unless until you're trained. So initially you would like to take the help of external expert for that. Block diagram to assess risk. In your opinion, what are the risks in this diagram? This is just a simple distillation apparatus, not the rotary one. This is open. Exposure, occupation, chemicals in the lab beyond the OEL, occupational exposure limit. Supply of cold water to the condenser. Solvent itself. Heater itself. So block diagrams tells you how to do the risk assessment. And this is a simplified diagram which can, provoke you and prepare you to think about risk assessment in a simple operation in your lab. Cause and effect of work-related injuries and diseases. Short, medium, long-term effects of chemicals. What are those? If we plotted starting from minutes, days, months, years, decades, and then cause. Easy to see, comes in this band, minutes. I prepared sulfuric acid using pepper, concentrated, went into my mouth, and then I got injured. Minutes. Acid solvent effects. Fumes, fume fever, may take days. Dermatitis, skin allergies, may take days to months. Musculoskeletal disorder, what are those? Can anyone tell me? Not you, sir. I want students to come up and give me the thought, especially from the back. Come on, you can speak loudly. You can speak louder than me. You're young. Musculoskeletal disorders or injuries, what are those? Working for a longer time in a wrong posture, leaning too much, bending, putting the load in a wrong way. So this leads to a musculoskeletal disorder in the lab. Or working on a computer, especially students of computational chemistry, most of the time they are just working on a computer. Sorry, yes. Actually, you are working in a chemical lab. You are not all the time working with the chemicals. Sometimes you have to sit on a table and compute your results. Sometimes you are, fixing the assembly. You are fixing a rotary evaporator or distillation column, and you are not taking care of your posture, and you are repeatedly doing it in a wrong way. So you may start a back problem, your cervical muscle problem, cervical bone problem. So this comes under workplace ergonomics, but in labs also it applies. Although chemicals has nothing to do with musculoskeletal disease at first place, but you are doing some other activities as well, some mechanical activities in lab as well. And if you are doing it wrong way, simple incident of slip, trip, fall. Your floor is wet, slippery, chemical spills, not taken care. You just slip and you get the ankle twisted, sprain, not fracture, comes under this category.
Excuse me, I want to add something.
Sure.
So, for example, some chemicals, for example, fluoroquinolones, it's a class of drugs which are used in pharmaceutical industry. If the fumes of this medicine can, like for the long term, it can lead to the tendon rupture or the cartilage damage or the bone deformation. So that it directly related to chemical lab related musculoskeletal disorder.
Yes, in a way, you're right.
Yeah.
Stresses also. Noise-induced hearing losses. You are working in a lab, chemical lab, where noise is above the OSHA limit or standard limit. In Pakistan, unfortunately, no local standards. So we would recommend, we as a consultant would recommend to follow OSHA limits, which is 85 dB, maximum noise level in a workplace. Lung cancer, your chemical you are mentioning may lead to the long-term exposure and asbestosis, yes. leukemia, and mesothelioma, which may caused with the asbestos fiber inhalation. Yeah, but it takes decades. If I'm exposed to asbestos now today, and it might show the effects 20, 30 years later. That was the word. Exposure of asbestos and mesothelioma. Which term is correct? MSDS or SDS? MSDS. Okay. MSDS is old term. The term used SDS, and Sabine will give some more details in addition to my presentation. But this is the key document to deal with any chemical. Unfortunately, we don't have habit to read SDS. How many of you just raise your hand, how many of you have the habit of reading SDS of all the chemical which you intend to use today? Raise your hands. Maybe few, handful of people. This is a problem. MSDS is such a comprehensive document. It contains how many sections? For those who read the SDS, how many sections SDS contain? 16 sections. Every section has a, because in MSDS, that was the difference in order of sections. SDS is a document which is globally standardized, and now you have hazard, for example, hazard identification in position number 2. Nomenclature and name of the chemicals in position number 1. So if you make a habit of reading SDS from today onwards, I can tell you your life will be much easier than of today. Just by simply reading SDS, SDS gives you each and every detail and data of the chemical, fighting measures, exposure prevention, what type of PPE to be used, storage conditions, conditions to avoid, everything. Are we on time? Is somebody keeping time? Yes. Please prompt me. Did you talk to Sabine? Okay, good. Because next topic is Sabine's topic. So what's the topic? Sorry? Okay, good. So I will come to 7 from 5 and skip the 6. Okay. Yes, that's actually, I would love to have that. Very few people are speaking, unfortunately. Okay, if you are not willing to ask question, then you can tell me your experience. Maybe I will learn something new today, because I am a lifelong student. So I learn every day from everybody, from everywhere. Even if I am traveling, even at the airport, in my car, driving, traveling, I learn every day new thing. So please. Sure.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Saqib Nasir. I'm working in the Pakistan Science Foundation as a principal scientific officer with a professional background of PhD chemistry. I would like to share one practical experience. I'm specialized in the field of the coal chemistry. I'm in handling the different kind of the coal issues. Working with the different power generation plants, we are often facing a problem of the spontaneous combustion, which is one of the biggest safety hazard in the industrial sector of the coal power plants. The only viable solution of handling the problems, which is related to safety and this thing, is one of the best solution is to read the instructions with due care. whenever we are trying to start a job in any laboratory in the industrial side or any kind of the plant area, which and try to be discussed with the relevant stakeholders. I mean, try to be discuss the matter with the relevant consultant firms, try to discuss with the relevant stakeholders to get the valuable input. I have really very well appreciated the kind efforts of the Khalid Latif Saab while sharing the different kind of experiences and the knowledge. But practically, I myself work as a consultant in for the different projects in Pakistan. But very unfortunately, the industrial laboratories in Pakistan are not keen about safety and environmental in the practical modalities. So what we learned from this workshop is to learn the techniques which are very simply to adopt. Just for example, very well said, if we are reading the safety data sheet with a due care, I mean each and every section, then we should be able to handling the matter very well. So a lot of the expenses are there. Some minor accidents may responsible for some major accidents. These are all well-connected activities. So connectivity activities should be work in the loops. So we should connect it all the loops in the proper way for handling them.
Good.
Thank you.
Sir. So before I jump further into SDSS, so I would like to ask, no, maybe not all, just tell me, share background, which kind of lab you are working? Yes, please.
It's on? Okay. So, my work is on that slide. So, we all know that. So, one thing I'm not sure what to do that who is that we don't have a proper system. But what I do on my capacity is that I don't dispose of the solvent or whatever solvent is in the sink, but I just put it in the bigger bottle and I just dispose of later into a poor little plant pot. But I would love to see if consequences happen to me. But
Good. Any other thought or type of lab he or she is working with? So I will come to your point after that.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. My name is Mariam Akhtar and I'm from NAST. During summer, I was working. I was just working with a master student, and she was dealing with pathogenic bacteria, and she was doing all her practicals without any care. There were no gloves, not even a mask, and during the practical, she even filled the sample in the biosafety cabinet. And when I asked her that she must take care, her point was that this is the way that we make our body immune to such pathogens. So this is so that day I really hesitate to work with her, and it's really disappointing to see our seniors, and even at I'm from NUST, so to see that okay, we consider NUST as the cream of Pakistan, right? But even people there are not taking precautions. So my question is that the students should be told proper protocols, how to do practicals, even if we are tricking or we are doing minor things, we are not given proper instructions, I must say. And finally a student now, and I will say we don't have that much lab, we don't have that much lab experience. And next year I will be graduating, and when I would be applying for job or for even for internship at some organization, they will require experience, and of course I don't have that. So how can we ensure that students at bachelor's level get proper guidance and training? And of course, I will appreciate this conference. We are getting to know about how we can take care of it. But I think on-ground tools and on-ground practice are more important because they give you proper guidance how we can deal with these hazards.
Partly you answered your own question. There should be a mechanism. Senior faculty members should take the initiative. You should have a right to ask. You should have authority to stop bad practices. And that's how it's going to work. And then training and development. Not necessarily that your employer or your senior faculty send you to the training. Training is something which is something from your internal drive. For example, when I was in a junior position in a company, so there were a lot of trainings were offered from my employer, but in addition to that, I used to get trainings from my own wallet. I mean, how do you think, how much do you think a training will cost roughly in Pakistan? 10 to 15,000 rupees generally. And we buy a dress of that amount. We buy a cell phone of 6 times costlier than that price. We dine out with friends, spending something on the material which stays in your body for not more than 24 hours. So I used to call it neck down food. This is an up on which if you spend money from your own pocket, it will stay in your minds for years or maybe as long as you live. So don't wait for somebody to come and train you. It should be a self-initiative. And if you have the realization that somebody is doing unsafe work, so this is your duty to stop, to ask him or her politely. There are means and ways to say, because communication, as I mentioned, how to tell them, look, this is not good for you. And your question, ma'am, this lead halide was the chemical. Did you read the SDS of that chemical? Yes. Was there any specific disposal method written in the SDS? In SDS, I'm talking about in SDS. Then there must be. And if not in SDS, then go to the original manufacturer's site and they have some other publications and definitely you will find the data. Right now, I cannot recall the right method to dispose it off. Okay. Okay. Well, 2 more questions.
Excuse me, please.
Other question. Hello, mic on is it? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation today. I am Dr. Fakhruddin and I did my PhD in nanotechnology and anti-cancer drugs. I am assistant professor in Department of Pharmacy, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. My interest in this workshop is very much, and today I bring my 5 PhD students with me to have interactive session with all the participants, especially with your good self. I believe when I was doing my PhD abroad and postdoc, there were well-established lab and we were properly trained on how to use the equipments or safety measures and ethical use of chemicals in with the animal studies as well. So I believe there are 2 aspects of today's training. Number 1 is that the willingness of the person who want to use chemicals or to prepare himself or herself for the safety use of chemical in their lab, in their own workplace. That is first thing. The second thing is not unpart of those who are participating today, because you see that, and what we have seen in the first presentation, that is a part of management. Because if you want to establish a good lab, there must be a proper funding needed for it. If you want to keep all those necessary items in your lab and to deal with any accident, it needs proper funding. And I believe that, and that is totally a true aspect of Pakistan, because since 7 years I'm doing research here in Pakistan and I have been to many places. I'm sure that maybe one lab in ICCB, maybe the only lab in academia where they have certain certification from good manufacturing labs or practices. So beside we deal with getting willingness for preparing ourselves, getting motivation for the use of animals and to do it our level best. Probably there must be minutes of this particular workshop at the end of the day, because there may be some people interested in developing some state-of-the-art lab in Pakistan, majorly in universities like Qaid-e-Azam University or NUST, or maybe somewhere else. To the conclusion of this workshop must include development of certain labs, and beside this, funding the institutions. For example, the PSF, they can help in this regard to establish state-of-the-art laboratory. And this type of training must be conducted at each and every university level, most importantly for the MPhil and PhD student and people like you and those who are cascading trainers of this particular session. They must be involved so that we may be able to not only have good lab results, but at the same time, we should be able to be careful about the health of our youth. I just share one important thing. Back when I was studying in South Korea in 2012, during my PhD, some of the chemicals, they leak in our system. And I believe that the after 5 to 6 miles, they get sample of that particular, they trace back to our lab, and our lab was sealed for 10 days, and it was penalty of $5,000 that was implemented. So you see that inspiration can be obtained from such incidents, but at the same time, beside our good to be prepared for this, the government and especially the funding organization, maybe the comstech or PSF or Education Commission of Pakistan, or maybe industry collaborators, they need to put their input in this particular matter so that the life may be saved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Harissa, some points taken, because I cannot be an influential person to fundraise for academia, but I can offer my services for as a trainer. As Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary has started 1 credit-hour course in his institution, which I am conducting since 2017. Maybe I'm not the only one in Pakistan. Maybe you can find somebody with the area of expertise, and you can call him or her to start this 1 credit-hour course. And I slightly disagree with some of your statements, because being a corporate professional, ex-corporate professional, in countries like Pakistan, cost and funding will always be a problem everywhere. Even the institutions like LUMS, they are also facing financial problems at some point of time. But I would suggest to pick the low-hanging fruit first. You know what I mean? If you want to pick a fruit from a tree, so before you arrange a ladder or climb up, you just pick the low-hanging fruit by standing on the ground. So at least you should start something. Taking first step is the most difficult one. Problem with us as a nation is that we try to put a lot of things on others and do not take initiative, at least start. For example, reading SBS. Do you need a permission of your dean or somebody, or do you need some money to buy SBS? No. At least start something. And then, as I mentioned earlier, it's a journey, not destination. It's a part of CIP, Continuous Improvement Program. ICC they started, other can copy paste in their institutions. I'm not the only expert. You can find experts in the country. People like me from corporate sector, from various chemical industry. So resources available. But at least you should start. Ma'am, you were asking something.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Eamon and I'm from Qaid-e-Azam University
Okay.
too. I would just like to add something, because I've like seeing here that we're having a presentation about how these chemicals and these health risks, they are associated with our own safety. But there's another aspect that whenever we are doing these practices, we are also putting others at danger. For example, I see so many people, we use lab coats in our labs, and also the doctors, and everywhere we wear those lab coats, and there's so many chemicals, so many pathogens there, and they're on our lab coats. But we just go out with those on. like on shopping malls, in cafeterias, everywhere. There are kids, there are old people there, and we're actually putting them in more danger. So that is one thing that I think it's really stupid. And we should know that it's not really important to wear lab coats outside your lab or your clinic or wherever you're working. So this is a point that I would like people to understand.
Good. Good point. You raised the concern and then you presented the solution as well. Next question, please. Then before I go to the presentation, back to the presentation.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. I'm Sumbel from Qaid-e-Azam University, and I want to share some experience. A few weeks back, in our lab, one of our student was working for her experiment, and during that she was dealing with hydrofluoric acid, and in that her fingers got burned when the chemical flowed on her fingers, and that was the experience that I have observed, and another experience that also I want to share, that in a news few days back I heard about the blast, a huge blast occurred in a weapons factory. If you heard in the news, that was occurred in a weapons factory, and a huge lives were lost during the blast, and that was because of the unsafe, because of the less training and less acknowledgement about the safety rules and the safety trainings, because people don't normal people don't, laborers and workers in the factories, they don't know about the rules and the safety rules which they should follow. So I think training should be considered in the factories and industries also, so that the laborers and workers that are mostly dealing with the chemicals, they should know about the hazards and the effects of the chemicals.
Okay. Training and implementation. The important point is you got the training and then you apply it.
Yes,
implementation. The last one, please.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Halima Sadia and I'm from Qaid-e-Azam University. सर मेरा जो अब तक की ऑब्जर्वेशन है उसमें मैंने ये देखा है कि जो ही मैं एडवांस रिसर्च में गई हूँ ना, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा है कि जूनियर्स मसला नहीं है, जूनियर्स सीनियर्स असल मसला है. देखिए वो काम कर करके ना 4-5 साल या जितने भी उनके साल का एक्सपीरियंस होते हैं ना, वो काम कर करके केमिकल्स के साथ इतने यूज टू हो चुके होते हैं ना, वो सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड को भी 7 अप की तरह ट्रीट कर रहे होते हैं ना. अब जब मेरा पहला दिन था लैब में, तो मुझे मेरे सीनियर की तरफ से बोला गया कि आप इस सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड की वो 1 टन की जो केन है आप उससे डायरेक्ट पोर करें बीकर के अंदर ना. तो मैं डर रही थी क्योंकि मेरे लिए वो चीज़ नहीं थी, लेकिन वो मेरे सीनियर की गलती थी कि वो क्योंकि खुद यूज टू थे काम कर करके, तो उन्होंने मुझे इतने बड़े रिस्क में डाला. एक तो ये, और दूसरा ये कि अच्छी चीज़ है ये वर्कशॉप्स होना और ये चीज़ अवेयरनेस अच्छी चीज़ है, लेकिन आप ये देखें कि हर डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर और इवन आपके सुपरवाइजर भी एडवांस लैब में काम करके आए हुए हैं. मतलब उनको सब पता है कि बाहर की इन्वायरमेंट में और बाहर की लैब्स में कितना अच्छा काम हो रहा है, तो क्यों नहीं वो अपने स्टूडेंट्स को ये सब बताते हैं कि आप ये खुद करें.
Good point. As I mentioned earlier, senior bureaucratic rules and seniors not following the rules. You are at the senior position or mid or junior right now. One day you will be senior. So $1 million lesson learned is practice and preach. Okay, and seniors, faculty staff, setting examples, people sitting here from ICCBS, ask them, they will tell you they are practicing and then preaching. Am I right, doctor? So first you have to do by yourself, and you are right, your point is valid. Yes. Okay. Okay. So back to SDS. History of what is GHS? GHS globally harmonized system for coding and labeling chemicals. And history starts back in 1983. And up till 2016, most of the first world countries, they were expected to follow GHS rules. Countries like us still following, not implemented fully, so it's ongoing. The reason for establishing this GHS coding system under UN regulations was to standardize SGS under one page. Earlier than that, if you just go through MSDF, older documents, you will find sequential differences. Hazard identification could be at position number 4 or 5 or 2. So this is harmonization. Harmonization means standardization. Every company, every chemical industry was bound to follow GHS rules for labeling and coding chemicals and preparing their safety data sheets. That's why just to distinguish between previous version and the new version, they removed M from MSDS, and now SDS is the latest document. And whenever you find MSDS, so treat it as an old document. Don't consider it. Don't refer it. Search for SDS. Partially implemented now. This is a figure of 2-3 years back, maybe more than 67 countries, but surely Pakistan is still not one of them. Number one, I will just quickly go through 16 sections. Number one, identification means product identifier, name of product, and so family, surnames, recommended use, restriction, blah blah. Okay. Number two, hazard identification, the most important one. Hazard classification, label elements, symbols, sign words, hazard statements, precautionary statements, H statements भी उनको कहते हैं. We used to call them H statements and P statements. And other hazards which do not result in classification, e.g., molten metal hazard and some special instructions. Number three, composition information on the ingredients. Right? Following this chemical abstract service registry numbers, CS number you might have seen on the chemical bottle. There is a CS number of every chemical, even beer water has a CS number. First aid measures, very important. Section 4. What should we do in case of exposure? So primarily, more than 80-90% of the precautions and areas are covered. And please keep in mind that SDS is not 100% source of information for the chemicals. There are some information which are missing, and some companies deliberately do not share the information, taking the advantage of copyright protection, intellectual property right, and even this GHS system allows them not to disclose certain informations. But now there is a campaign from the masses and media and end users that no, every information should be shared with the end user. So it's, as I mentioned, it's an ongoing process. Maybe in future we will find more comprehensive document. Compared to MSDS, it is very good, comprehensive. But as a customer, as a stakeholder, I would like to know more about a chemical. Firefighting measures, what to do, which extinguishing media would be used. I have a fire safety topic separately. We will go into details. Which type of which type of chemical extinguisher could be used. Specific hazard or special protective equipment. Then accidental release measures. There is a spill. You mentioned that you were given 10-liter bottles of sulfuric acid and asked to pour into a beaker. So there is a chance of accidental spillage. Maybe breaking a bottle, damaging yourself. So what to do? And handling and storage. How to handle? Where to store? Which temperature? You know, there is a compatibility guide. Certain chemicals are not compatible. They are enemies of each other. You cannot store them. For example, inflammable chemical, a general example, could not be stored with the oxidizing agent. You know the difference? I will show you in labels. Okay, then exposure controls and personal protection. It tells you what type of PPE should be used, how to control exposures, conditions to avoid. Number 9, physical and chemical properties. Appearance, odor, pH, melting point, freezing point, long list. Continues. Flash point. Up till viscosity. Stability and reactivity. How stable chemical is, how it reacts with other chemicals, things to avoid. Incompatibility with other chemicals and hazardous decomposition powers. Some chemicals are very hazardous when they decomposes. Okay, so it should be taken care of using the help of SDS. Toxicological data or information. Actually, this is also a gray area. In most of the SDSs, toxicological data is not complete, and companies take the excuse or reason behind that research is going on. We are still experimenting. So that's why this is a live section. Informations are adding on. That's why in SDS compared to MSDS, in SDS there is a date of preparation, revision number. For example, one SDS is produced today, 24th of August, revision number 1, and after exactly 1 year it is revised, or 6 months. So then revision number 2 will come under that header. Ecological information, ecotoxicity, how much toilet is safe or unsafe for marine life. Persistent and degradability. You heard of POPs? POPs? What are POPs? Persistent organic pollutants. So there are certain chemicals which comes under this category. Bioaccumulative potential. We discussed asbestosis. This is a process which, it's a bioaccumulation. Asbestos fibers enter into your lungs, find capillaries of lungs and that air sacs, and they reside there, and then they cause cyst and mesothelioma or other disorders. And disposal considerations, how to dispose that particular chemical. And packaging compatibility is also mentioned in SDSs. Transportation information, if we are considering a long supply chain of chemicals starting from the North America to Pakistan, so what are the IMDGR and DGR? IMDGR stands for International Maritime and Dangerous Goods Regulations. IMDGR and UN specification labels and UN coding. So these informations are given into that document. Packing group, there are packing group 1, 2, 3, 4, depends upon the hazard of a chemical. Environmental, transportation in bulk, and special precautions. Then regulatory informations, which tells us safety, health, and environmental regulations in a country. Or if it does not exist in a country, then follow the international rules. And section number 16, the last one, other information and date of the latest revision of ASDS is also present in that section. H&P statements are a very crucial part of the SDS, which tells us what are precautionary statements and what are health statements. So I'm going to share you the examples in next slides. It describes nature of hazard and in the substance or mixture. And example of hazard statement could be, if you just read the SDS, you will find point number X, cause of serious eye damage. Point number Y, toxic if swallowed, like that. Okay. Precautionary statements, what to do, what not to do. Wear eye protection. Do not eat, drink. avoid releasing the environment. If you are pouring a chemical, leftover chemical in a sink, you are violating this rule. You are adding adverse effect to the environment. Where E comes in HSE, E is the environment. Or if ventilation is not proper, inadequate, then use proper respiratory protection. Could be a full face mask, half face mask, SCBA. SCBA stands for self-contained breathing apparatus. What is the difference between SCBA and SCUBA? SUCBA. Who will tell me? Who will tell me the difference? SCBA and SUCBA. SCUBA. SCUBA. Scuba diving करते हैं ना? Did you see the scuba diver? What scuba divers wear? So scuba stands for SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, and scuba stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. So that's the difference between SCUBA and scuba. This is some example I have extracted. H200 means unstable explosives. So there is a coding. P101 means if medical advice is needed, have product, container or label at hand. Show the physician or doctor. Okay, this has happened to the victim. This is the chemical he or she is exposed with. P202, 201, obtain special instructions before use. There are certain chemicals which need special instructions. Can somebody give the example in her or his lab? What are those chemicals? Or you are dealing all under one system? Any example? Okay, you go your home, read the SCDS or answer this question tomorrow. Okay, I would like to hear from you. Case RN. Yes, registry number is a short number, particular for all the chemicals. And you just go and see the label of your any chemical bottle, you will find the CS number. If anyone has not observed in past, please do so with immediate effect from tomorrow onwards. For example, aspirin, salicylic acid, has the CAS number 50-78-2 and water 7732185 and so on. Very important point. When I was working with Bayer and sharing and Hex and Ron Polen, my previous companies, so I used to travel in our regional sites, sometimes global sites. So I saw many nations, they have translated SDSs in their local language, keeping the format same. I saw it in China, I saw it in Korea, you've been to Korea, I saw in Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, New Zealand, or they use English, and Germany. So they have translated there because not necessary that every worker or attendant is used to read and understand English. And in those countries, their medium of instruction is in German, or for example, in Germany, it's German, Korean, so they prefer translating SDS into their local languages. When I was working with Bayer, so I tried to develop this thing, translating not all the SDSs, but the key elements of SDS in Urdu for give to the customer who were using our products. So not all the section, but relevant section. For example, I was at pesticide manufacturing plant before my retirement. So we used to extract ecological information. Toxicological data was not relevant to the farmer. But these hazard identification, firefighting measures, first aid, things like that. So you can also do this practice for your lower staff because they cannot read and understand English. So SDS is not the document which you can put in a cupboard. Only you can read it or your supervisor can read it. But poor lab attendant, he or she cannot read it. No use. So think about it. Then there are certain terms used in SDS. I will just quickly skip through. Occupational exposure limit represents to maximum airborne concentration of toxic substance which worker can expose over a period of time without suffering harmful consequences. For example, I am working with a chemical, 8 hours a day shift. So during 8 hours, the OEL should be in a range that I don't have any adverse effect on my health. And this OEL data is given in your SDS. You just go home and read SDS of any chemical you are frequently using it. And your life will be much easier from tomorrow and day after. TLV, threshold limit volume or time weighted average. Again, it tells you the concentration of a toxic substance, 8-hour work day, 40 hours work week, to which nearly all workers may repeatedly expose every day without adverse effect. So this is the limit. And then tell value, and there are, and I in the end of my presentation, I try to sum up a glossary of terms. So don't get scared and afraid of these abbreviations. It will be in your soft copy in the form of glossary of terms. Inventory of SDS, very important. How many of you have inventory of all the SDSs, of all the chemicals you are using in your lab? Raise your hand, come on. जितने केमिकल आप लोग यूज कर रहे हैं उनकी SDSs है, you have? Good. Okay. Okay, that was yesterday. Today you are exposing yourself to the SDS, and inshallah tomorrow onwards you will be familiar with, and in a month's time you will be perfect to read. Okay. Yeah, this is a problem because lack of training, lack of awareness, and then excuses and excuses and excuses, and things goes on. So just let's start from today. Unfortunately, I have not influenced the policy of your institution, but yeah, you're right. There should be a policy. I agree.
From different funding agencies like Comstech, Science Foundation, and from HEC. But the problem is the sustainability. The institutions are not committed to complete their job of the projects. Fine, that is the problem. We have the policies regarding the handling of the matters in the environment and other matters, but we are very much lack of the implementation component.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you. Actually, if someone asked me, what is the issue with us as a nation, as a country, Pakistan is one of the heavily legislated and regulated countries by just copying, pasting. If you ask me what are the two words I can describe the entire nation's condition in 2 words: execution and sustainability. That's it.
Sir, I have one question. May I ask a question?
Sure.
Yes, sir. My name is Amjad Hassan, and I'm from Comsets University, Islamabad's Abbottabad campus.
Okay.
And my area of specialization is molecular and physiological plant pathology. And currently, I look after Department of Biotechnology over there. Let me thank you first for a very comprehensive presentation and very productive. And you very rightly referred to various aspects of chemical safety management, which included quite in detail this safety data sheet. And one very particular point that I would like to emphasize is, and that probably was not discussed in much detail, that was 5 or 6 S's you referred to of housekeeping. And since these come from Japan, and I studied in Japan, and I'm aware of the society and the culture over there. These things, the rules, the regulations, the SOPs, the PPEs, and whatever you talk about, these are important to me. Of course, these are necessary.
Yeah.
And definitely these are important when we adopt them, when we follow them, when we go for them, and then they produce results.
You're right, absolutely.
The point is, and as a teacher, and quite many of the students over here and teachers as well, I don't know whether they agree with me or not, but this is my observation, that even if such an information is in place, I particularly will mention the 5 or 6 S's you talked about. And I've seen students over there, no one is like overseeing them, and yet they're following the rules and regulations. In my opinion, whether this chemical safety, whether this is biosafety, this is more of the behavioral issue rather than attitudinal issue. And that is, you know, that in our labs, what I have observed, that what we actually do and what we say we do, or we pose that we do, are 2 different things. And this is what's happening. Can you suggest something that how can we, motivate, or how can we train our youth or even teachers to, really adopt these things without any fear or something?
Okay, may I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
When you get sick, what do you do? When you get sick, what do you do?
Of course, we take medicine and we go to doctor for some.
You take medicines first or go to the doctor first?
We go to the doctor first.
Okay.
Yes.
We are the doctor, we are the professional, and each and every section of this presentation is itself a full of 1 or 2 day training session. And we roll down these programs, 5 years housekeeping, 6 years housekeeping, behavior-based safety, and I personally as a consultant, I roll down this BBS in many organizations. But obviously, there is no free lunch. I'm not advertising myself, sorry, but there is no free lunch in today's commercial world. So there is a cost to pay. Even if you go to the doctor, you pay the fees. So, इलाज मौजूद है मर्ज का, डॉक्टर भी है, जाना आपका काम, मरीज का काम है.
Problem here is now getting what is the best initiative. This is something discussed here. We should translate the knowledge in the local language and at least need to display in the laboratories. ताकि एक awareness start होगी, लोग पढ़ना शुरू होंगे, then we have need to be. ये चाइना में बड़ा common है जी, चाइना में every standard should be with the MSD, SDS sheet and everything is present in the laboratory. I work in China in different areas. The problem here is lack of commitment or nothing और कोई problem नहीं है और जो सर बात कर रहे हैं वो ये है basically gap है डॉक्टर और मरीज के दरमियान negotiation skills नहीं है communications lack कर रही हैं training component miss है capacity and capability का problem है capacity हमारे पास है but capability के साथ align नहीं है that is the real problem हमें इन issues को address करने की जरूरत है then we should be try to modify the policy as the requirement as according to the requirement of the country like India progress कर रहा है India ने कैसे progress किया कि उन्होंने अपने local resources के मुताबिक अपनी चीजों को align करना शुरू किया so this is the need of the time
okay so if I may take question from audience not present here I think that will be very unjustified for them because they will feel that we are not part of the process so please there are so many questions. One thing you can do is just give me that all in Word documents. I will try and reply each and every question and send it to you and you email it to the because it will not be possible physically to answer all these questions. So I can give the answers in writing later on. Or you can take a few questions. Basic reasons. What was the basic reason to change the MSDS to SD? I think I answered this question. Okay. Not sure. Okay. Right. Right. Teachers, please round and read loudly.
So we have the first question from Ms. Anya Shafiq. She asked for the best practice doing work in lab, how to follow these 16 formats of SDS.
Yeah, this is a very simple answer to this question. You have SDS in hand, and first of all, you should go through the SDS of every chemical you are dealing in that particular day or tenure of your research work. And then there are certain things which you need to implement as a policy. Ask your faculty or your seniors, and there are certain things which you need to develop and implement by yourself. So answer is not that simple, but at least the first step is you just read those SDS because I got the impression today that not many of the people are used to read SDSs, not the MSDS. Next time you say M, shut your mouth, not MSDS but SDS. So that's how you can implement a follow. Following is if you just going to read it, and there are certain instructions in every section, you just follow them. And if there is any hurdle or obstacle, you talk to your lab supervisor or your lab in charge or line manager. Sir or ma'am, this is the issue. Section number 8 says you should have such and such things we don't have. So please help us. And that's how you gradually implement SGS of all the chemicals you are handling with. I hope they answer the question.
Next question is from Mr. Hayatatullah. The basic reason to change the term MSDS to SDS.
Okay, as mentioned earlier, that MSDS was not a standard document, and there are some discrepancies, and different companies producing same chemicals have different set of informations. For example, a company Sigma Eldridge is producing sulfuric acid 98% or 99%, and some other company Fisher Scientific, they are also producing sulfuric acid 98 or 99%, and there was a difference in both the MSDSs. So then there was a need of formation of a body which can standardize all the parameters under one document. So basically, this is a standardization of old version to a new one. Next question.
I think the next one is more of a comment that this SDS is very unique term and not easily understand by every person working in the lab.
I think you are in your daily life, you are using a lot of terms. Why don't you call short message service, SMS? SMS कर दो. You can memorize it and understand it. Not very difficult once you are used to it.
The next one is also a comment. I guess lab work should be done according to planning. One should discuss chemicals she is going to use next day in lab with supervisor and should go through test yesterday prior.
Yeah, it's a positive comment. I agree with that.
We have a question from Mr. Imran Sajid, which is the regulatory body in Pakistan, which controls and implements the lab and chemical safety in Pakistan.
Unfortunately, there is no specific regulatory body in Pakistan which can control laboratory safety. It comes under jurisdiction of provincial EPS. So they are governing bodies, and laboratories also comes in under their jurisdiction. Punjab Environmental Protection Agency in Punjab, Sindh Environmental Protection Agency in Sindh, like that.
The next one is from Dr. Samia Prasteen, that most university labs have no proper storage condition.
Yes, I will, in my coming lectures, I will have a general guideline of storage conditions. So then it's up to your management to provide you a proper storage condition, because if too many chemicals are stored in a lab, so it could be a dangerous situation. One day, in case of any fire or emergency, or exposure control would be a difficult avenue then.
Another question from Dr. Samia, can temperature affect the chemical store?
Yes, it affects.
Mohammed Hassan says also poor maintenance of record, like cabin details, chemical consumption records, stability analysis.
Yes, true.
Mr. John says, what are the major points to consider when establishing a research lab?
Yeah, major points are all we are going through today and tomorrow. So these are the major concerns: setting up a lab, do's and don'ts, laboratory management system, HSE management system, emergency response system, implementation of storage plan. So these are the standards parameters which one should consider before establishing not only a research lab, but any lab.
For the virtual participants, if you have any more questions, please type them in the chat, so Mr. Khalid can answer them.
And a general comment for all, I may not be able to answer all the questions, but I can promise you that Haris and his team, they will send me the extracted version of these questions and comments, and I will put my answers and counter comments, and then it will be shared with you via email. But please don't forget to send with your email ID. कर देंगे इसके बाद मैं चाह रहा हूँ सभी से स्टार्ट करें सभी हमारे सेशन से स्टार्ट करें आफ्टर लंच ना जी right. So inventory of SDS is very important. Do you realize the importance of this inventory? I'm sure yes. There must be a big yes, a loud yes. No? Oh yes, good. Yeah, how to remove this, minimize? Solve the problem. Okay, before we jump to another session, which will be taken care by Sabine, and to save time, I will just give you the intro of Sabine a bit. It was the start of her lecture, and earlier than that, now I'm at your service to answer further questions, comments before somebody else will come give a lecture on what subject? Short intro. Best practices in virological lab. ठीक है. Okay. Please carry on. A question which are unanswered, I stopped that to that lady, and then I'm ready to take further questions. Not only SDS, but some previous, like you mentioned, 5, 6 years housekeeping and some other areas. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed presentation. I am Wasim Sajjad, currently working as assistant professor microbiology, and I am also working on the biosafety and biosecurity related issues. So my question is, everyone is talking about the employee. It's the employee responsibility and blah, blah. So my question is, what's your take on the confidence building measure? Because what I feel is most of the cases have not been reported in the lab, and there are certain reasons, because there is a lot of gap between the top management and the lower, because our top management is more curious and conscious about the equipment or the safety of the individuals. So as you all always talk about the vaccination and other medical surveillance and other parameters. So as these factors are important to provide like a good confidence, and also like the other parameters that the employee can report such kind of incidents, and ultimately we will have a good risk management system and all these things. Thank you.
Okay, actually, reporting culture, I will come on to that in later sections. This is for sure that we have a very bad reporting culture in the country. I mentioned earlier. This is a two-way thing. Not only the responsibility of employee, but employer. When I talk about employer, means your faculty, your seniors, your head of the institution. They are your employer. You are working with for them. Unless until there is a onboarding of both the stakeholders, things will not gonna work. As I mentioned, Professor Iqbal Chaudhary showed me a personal interest and drive when I met him for the first time. And he said, Khalid, I want to implement this thing because you have practical experience in the industry. How can we improve our labs? Because labs are in industry as well. Every industry has a quality control or testing lab. So then when I saw his commitment as an employer, so then employees also, they were taking on board. So it's a two-way traffic. Both the stakeholders. Why not? Why not? Why not? As a first step, I trained a leadership of ICCBS in my first session. All the senior faculty members, including Dr. Iqbal Sahab, and one of my professors who taught me organic chemistry when I was in Department of Chemistry. He was also sitting over there, and I was very much scary how to, talk to him as my senior professor when I was student. But they showed commitment. Yes, sir. Oh, ma'am.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Adiyatul Wahab. I'm associate professor at the ICCBS. I would like to share some of my personal experiences. As Dr. Iqbal mentioned, actually, I am also graduate. I have done my master's and bachelor from the chemistry department from University of Karachi. And at the time, we actually did not know about any kind of SDS. And we were really soaking ourselves in benzene, which is highly carcinogenic. And that we have done several, means like almost a year. And I think Dr. Zahir would also know that we used to do it. It means like our teacher was at the time, unfortunately, no one remains in the lab, only the students remain there. And but later on, when we started our PhD at HEJ Research Institute of Chemistry, And in the beginning, there was no such kind of precautions there. I myself, I was working on phytochemistry, and me and Dr. Zahir were in the same lab. And several times it happened that I was just pouring solvent in the column and just goes to my eyes. And I have to rush immediately to, fortunately nothing happened, but it's like just a luck. And we have to rush to the dispensary. There was no such system there. Then Dr. Iqbal has started thinking of taking actions, all the safety precautions, and we learn and we implement it. Now, Alhamdulillah, with the efforts of Dr. Iqbal, Dr. Zahir, and Khalid Sahab, our system is, mashallah, so well organized, and we have a very good reporting system as well. Recently, I would give an example of like about 1.5 years ago. I'm in charge of NMR spectroscopy section at the ICCBS. We have 13 superconducting NMR instruments, and we have 800 megahertz with 800-liter liquid helium and liquid nitrogen in it, and it was quenched. And there was no, all there, and it was our practice that we immediately, if it's a big room, but 800-liter liquid helium and liquid nitrogen, when go out from the magnet, it's just in the air. It's the gas. So immediately oxygen level decrease. And because of our practice and learning, we have immediately rushed out from the room and left the lab immediately. And it took a while that everything vanishes, and then we go back. But this incident, if we did not have the practice, then any casualty may happen. This amount of helium and nitrogen gas, and you have immediately short of oxygen, then anything can happen. So this is, I think, because of the good practices that we have learned through Dr. Sahab, Dr. Iqbal, and Dr. Zahir, and Khalid Sahab over the years, that we are implementing everything. So, and it's not like overnight changes. The change, as Khalid Sahab was mentioning, is in the mentality and thoughts of our attitude, because we take always the safety first. We don't want to put ourselves at risk at any cost, because life is very precious. And once we have health and life, then we can do lots of things. Without this, we can't do anything. And I would also, because recently, in a year time, last year actually, April 26, when we have viral diagnostic, when Dr. Iqbal asked us that we have to start, because of the COVID-19 situation, the diagnosis of COVID virus as a diagnostic lab. And we are currently analyzing a PCR-based test of about 3,000 tests per day in our institute. And in the beginning, it was a new institute of virology. And for us, it was before starting anything, we have contacted several main virology labs, like in Germany, Professor Ifner, we have contacted and asked them if these are the precautions that we are taking, these are the PPEs, these are the, the levels. And at the time, the COVID was like, everyone was so scared of doing this. No one want to come close to virology lab. And we start, and then we have contacted several labs in China. Professor V from Wuhan Institute of Virology, he has guided us. So several main labs, we have actually acquired the information because this was completely new task that Dr. Iqbal has assigned to us. And there was no virology lab set up before that in our institute. And we can't take risk of our volunteers' life by putting them, without having any proper PPEs. So we have very strict safety regulation, especially in virology. And Dr. Sabah is with me, and she is a faculty member in virology. She will explain further about whatever the precautions and PPEs that we have taken in account.
Assalamu alaikum. In addition to all these, under the mentorship of Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry and Dr. Zahir, we have started the COVID-19 diagnostics, and also we are dealing with number of viruses. The incineration, autoclaving, and chemical disinfection as well.
Yes, thank you very much for your comments. And as she mentioned that in HEJ they have started this thing. And I supported, because I graduated from Department of Chemistry in 1983. And because of various reasons, I decided to go into the industry. Because I was not, the research and development was not my cup. I want to see actually how chemical works in real life. So I joined the industry, and then chemistry department was my first lab. Then in HEJ, I used to go to HEJ during my studies in chemistry department. A lot of my friends, they were doing MPhil and PhD at that time. So I used to go to HEJ, and still remember on those days, there were huge or heavy smell of benzene, chloroform, hexane, and we were enjoying, oh, what a chemical. Not knowing that if you are smelling it, you are already inhaled it in a dangerous quantity, considering the OEL or PEL values. So things changed over the period, but if some other institutions are still at that era, and I'm sure they won't be in such a bad situation, like chemistry department was 30 years ago. So definitely things have improved. So you can also learn lesson or best practices from others. And one more thing I would like to communicate with you, never ever hesitate of reporting bad things. Because as a nation, we are celebrating nation. We are always clapping good things, celebrating mithai, wawa, good work done. But the nations who learn from their mistakes and failures, they are there, we are still here. Because we don't want to celebrate our failures. We don't want to learn from our failures. So one should learn from failures and celebrate failures, because failures are the key to success. The famous example of Edison. He learned 99 ways by doing, applying, and incandescent bulb could not be invented. But one. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid. We'll be having a break now for lunch. and we will resume at 15 past 2. I would request that we be back by the time because our next speaker is going to be virtually here, Ms. Sabine from Germany. So we would like to start exactly 15 past 2. So for lunch, please make your way to the lobby.
Hello, Sabine, are you there? Good afternoon from Pakistan.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm there.
Okay, Sabine, so let me take this opportunity to introduce you a bit, and then all will be yours, the topic.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so taking the opportunity of introducing Sabine, Sabine worked for the same company. In fact, she's still working with Bayer, and I am retired from Bayer. And Sabine is an internationally known expert in HSE with more than 25 years of experience in multinational companies of oil, food, and chemical sector. She held position in product safety and dangerous goods management and became a recognized specialist and safety advisor for the transport and warehouse safety. She leads the logistics and safety risk management of CFIC, that is European Chemical Industry Association, and chairs the Dangerous Goods Working Group of German Chemical Industry Association, VCI. Being a code-accredited European certified expert for safety risk assessment and transportation of dangerous goods, ACC ISO 17025 and lead auditor ACC ISO 14001, she conducts master class lectures for safety management. Currently, she is head of delegation of the subcommittee of GHS, that is Globally Harmonized System, for coding and labeling of chemicals and transportation of dangerous goods at the United Nations in Geneva and further committees. Sabine has founded Dangerous Good Association assessments and consulting to support companies globally to stay compliant with the transport, storage, and chemical regulation. Besides her professional engagement, she is an editorial journalist, book author, trainer, and speaker, and serves as honorary judge at the Administrative Court of Cologne, Germany. Over to you, Sabine. I will turn on a presentation on your behalf, and then you will prompt me to change the slide. Slide.
Correct. Thank you very much. I just wait until you have turned it on. Yeah, for technical reasons, we decided to do it this way to make sure we don't have any glitches. Okay. Perfect. I can see the slides already.
Yeah, your slide number 1.
Okay, if you can put it in the presentation mode, perfect. That looks good. Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank ICCBS and Comstech for giving me the chance to speak to you today. That's really an honor for me. Special thanks for sure go to Dr. Iqbal, Dr. Zahir, and also to Mr. Harris and his team to making this possible today. I really hope very much to be back soon to Islamabad and to have the chance to meet you all in person one day again. So in the about next 30 minutes, I would like to give you some information on the labeling of chemicals and deriving a safe storage and segregation from that information. Mr. Latif was so kind to introduce me already, so I will skip the slide on my personal background, and we can directly go on to the slide with the agenda, please. Exactly. So we can skip this one. You've just heard it from Mr. Latif already. So I'm in the field of product safety and dangerous goods already for quite some time. Yeah, what is the agenda for today? It's about labeling systems because interesting enough, we have several labeling systems for chemicals, and I would like to give you a very quick overview about the most important ones we have today. Then we have a closer look to the sources of information, safety information, what is available and what can we do to get more information on the chemicals we are dealing with. Then for the labeling and marking, This is something which is very important, the so-called hazard communication. If something is dangerous, we have to communicate that. And how do we do this? Then I will move to segregation rules and how to apply them. And for sure, where to find more information if you want and you should go deeper into that safety topic. Okay, so we can go to the next slide, please. We directly start with a system which is traditionally coming from the US, and you might have seen it before. It's sometimes used on larger containers, on drums, or also on bottles we have in the laboratory. This is the so-called US NFPA hazard diamond. It looks a little bit like a diamond, so this is why it's called this way. And it gives us information via colors, which is always very useful, but not only via colors, but also numbers. They are figures. And for example, let's take the health hazard as an example. We have 4. If you see a 4 in this diamond, then it's a deadly hazard. Fire hazard, it depends on the flash points, and so on and so forth. So you get very useful information if you see such a diamond on your containers in a laboratory or in a warehouse. When I talk about warehouses, it could be a warehouse of a very, very small scale, or if we look to industry, even very large warehouses. So you should have seen this before. A little disadvantage is that you always have to know what these numbers mean. But when you're used to it, then you know it by heart. It's just a matter of getting it just used to it, taking it into account and refreshing your knowledge about that. This is one option how we can label or mark chemicals. Let's go to the next one, please. Maybe this is a bit more known, at least in the European area, it is very well known. It's the so-called orange label system. It gives us the information via a color, which is orange. Orange traditionally is some kind of hazard color, especially for transport still today, but also the symbols, the so-called pictograms in this orange label give you additional information. Like for the explosives, you see an exploding bomb, or if we take highly flammable, you have this flame, F or F plus, or toxic, very easy to understand. We have the skull and crossbones, and so on. The latest one, which was adapted to that system, was the dangerous for the environment. You see a dead fish and tree, at least that's what it's supposed to tell you. And this gives you the information, well, this chemical is dangerous for the environment in general. We have radioactives and so on. A little bit less easy to understand is that X, the cross you see on the upper right part, XN or XI, this is harmful or irritant. That's a symbol that tells you, be careful, it is dangerous, but lesser dangerous than toxic. In the header, you see invalid. This system was in place for many, many years, and it was also adapted by many countries in the world, but it was decided not to continue the system because there were opinions, especially at the United Nations, who say we should start from scratch, we should start and develop something new, even though the old European system was working very well, but maybe it was the time to develop something new. And yeah, with the next slide, you will see the new system. That's the new system we have today, the so-called globally harmonized system, GHS. I'm pretty sure you have heard about it already. If not, you will do during this workshop several times, I guess. And this is a system which is intended to be used globally. But you can imagine this doesn't work from one day to the other. To implement a system as a new system for countries and regions who do not have any system up to now, it's really a lot of work. And also for the countries and regions who already have a system, like the European countries, for example, with that orange label system, it's also very, very challenging to change it. So we have had deadlines already in the past, and this GHS system is now mandatory in Europe. These orange labels should not be used anymore. But we will see later on, it still happens. You know, you can imagine this is just a work that can only be done step by step. So what do these GHS pictograms tell us? It's very similar to what we had in the European system. It gives us a frame. In this case, it's not the orange frame anymore, it's a red frame, white in the center, and a pictogram is printed into it. In the middle, you see the flame. I think that's pretty easy to understand. This is something flammable, but also self-reactives and pyrophorics are listed under this pictogram or just described via this pictogram. Corrosion, very important, skin corrosion and metal corrosion. Please have a closer look to this pictogram. You see two small pictures, two small sketches in there. The right one is a hand, the left one is a piece of metal. So a substance which is labeled with this pictogram can be skin corrosive and or metal corrosive. Then we have in the center below the environment picture again, as we had before, so very similar. When we go to the right, we see the exclamation mark, which is the successor of that X we saw before for lesser dangerous products like irritants, sensitizers, acute toxicity, but only harmful, not toxic. Below the exploding bomb, we have seen before in the old system as well, and the skull and crossbones for severe acute toxicity. So this is all very similar to the old system as we had seen it before, but now we go to the left column. And here we see in the lower part, the flame over circle for oxidizers, in the center, the gas cylinders, but the left upper pictogram, that's new. It's totally new. It's about health hazards like carcinogens, sensitizers, reprotox, target organ toxicity, germ cell mutagen, and a few others. What does it mean? Why do we need that additional pictogram suddenly? We have had the skull and crossbones before for these hazards. Nowadays, in the GHS, in the globally harmonized system, we divide between acute toxicity, shown via the skull and crossbones, and the so-called chronic hazards. With that, exploding chest, or however this pictogram might be called. Unfortunately, there is no official wording for it, no official name. So please keep in mind, when you see the labeling of a container, you will see all these 9 pictograms, and you should know especially the meaning of this exploding chest, the health hazards, which are chronic, because this is pretty new in our chemical environment as a label. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide, please. Let's see. Okay, yes. In this slide, I have collected the information again. So we have the information that GHS is coming from UN, and it tries at least to get all countries on the same page. There is not only one GHS system, because regions and countries might deviate a little bit, but I don't want to go any deeper into that. We have these 9 pictograms, and there is a short description with these hazards associated. So as we saw, we have GHS 01 up to GHS 09, and these 9 pictograms showing you the hazard. Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough for GHS at the first step. Okay, we can go to the next picture, please, to the next slide, please. Yes, now we move to transport. I'm pretty sure that most of you have seen these labels already, not in the lab, probably not in a warehouse, but on the road, because these are the placards, when they are large, 25 to 25 centimeters, we call them placards. If they are small, 10 times 10 centimeters, maybe on a drum, then we call them labels. So they look very similar to the GHS pictogram, but they're not the same. That's an important takeaway. Keep in mind that when we talk about GHS, it's supply and use, it's the handling of chemicals. And with these labels, we just mark the transport, the goods to be transported. so-called dangerous goods. As I said, very similar, but not the same. It's very easy to find information like that on the internet. You can also print little posters with this information and put it in your lab, put it into your warehouse to get used to it. Because a little later on in my presentation, you will see that you will need this information if you want to do a safe storage, or maybe you don't need it, but you might like to use it because it has several advantages. But you always have to keep in mind that the structure is slightly different. They look similar, but it's not the same like GHS because it's only made for transport. And why is it different? The transport happens in public space. It happens on the road, it happens in air transport, or by vessel at sea. And we focus in transport on acute hazards. You will not find any kind of placard here for chronic hazards. If you look for that exploding chest, you will not find it. Because the transport philosophy is that you do not get in contact with these products so long in case of an accident, because when they are transported, it should be safe and closed, and you should never get in contact with the products. But in case there is an accident, you do not get in contact with these chemicals for such an amount of time that the chronic impact might be relevant. That's at least the approach. So here in transport, we focus only on acute hazards. For example, 6.1, that's the placard for toxic substances. We have the skull and crossbones again. Yeah, this is just a short overview about how it looks in transport. So I think we can go to the next page, please. Yes. What are the sources of information? One very, very useful source of information is a product label. When you're in the lab, in the laboratory, you just take a bottle, a chemical, and you just check the label. You will find a lot of information. Before I go into detail, I would like to note this is why it's so important to make sure that you treat chemicals carefully, not only because they are dangerous, but also to make sure that you can still read the label. I often see that there are products just running down the containers, running down the bottles. People were not handling them carefully, and you can't read anymore what's written on it. That's a huge hazard as well. Not only the chemical itself, but also the way how these chemicals are treated. So make sure that you can always read the product label. We have the symbols, the hazard pictograms. In this case, we have 4 on it. This is quite a lot. Sometimes you have only 1, sometimes you have up to 5. It depends on the product. Here you see the labels for GHS, the pictograms. Above it, we have a signal word, in this case, danger, or also warning can be on it if if it's less severe, if the risk is less severe. For sure, we have the product name or identifiers. That's highly important that we know what it is in the bottle, or in this case, it's a gas. We have hazard statements, phrases that describe the nature of hazardous products. Here you get a lot of very useful information, how dangerous this product is and what are the hazards associated with it. Plus precautionary statements. These are phrases which are associated with each statement and give you additional general preventative response, storage, and disposal precautions. So when you are handling chemicals, please read the product label. Plus, we have additional product identifiers, sometimes CAS numbers or batch numbers, whatever, and the manufacturer information is on it. So with this information, with a telephone number, sometimes even email addresses, you can contact the producer, the manufacturer, or at least the company dealing with these products, and ask for more information. That's very useful. So please make sure that the product label can be read, that it's not destroyed or just, don't know, just dirty or whatever. Okay, let's go to the next page, please. I'm quickly to check the time. Okay. Yes. Now we go to another source of information, which is really the core. It's the safety data sheet. I hope you're all aware about safety data sheets, and you have seen them. In the past, there were sometimes 2-3 pages. Today, they're up to 20 pages, maybe 30 pages. So a lot of information is communicated, sometimes even a bit too much, I have to say. But let's focus on the most important chapters we have when we talk about handling chemicals and especially finding a good way to deal safely with them and to segregate. I took an example, which is ethyl alcohol, a pretty easy chemical. So the safety data sheet has a certain structure when it is according to GHS, which is very nice. GHS doesn't only give us the pictograms, it also tells us how to structure a safety data sheet. That's very useful. So data sheets, according to regulation, in this case, it's according to European regulation, but it looks very similar in other regions. They have the same structure. That's very, very useful. We get a product name for sure, a product number, producer, index numbers, CAS numbers, and so on. Yeah, we can go to the next page, please. Yeah, and in section 2, in section 1, there's more information. I just took a very short extract of it. Please, when you're back in the lab, take a safety data sheet. You can download them for free from internet, from the producers, and they must be for free. That's the law. So please have a closer look to it. In section 2, we have the hazards identification. We have the classification, in this case, according to the European regulation. So we have a European GHS. As I said, not all GHS systems are exactly the same. So they're not really globally, to be honest. There are regional differences, but only small ones. It's a flammable liquid, makes a lot of sense with ethyl alcohol, and it causes eye irritation. Then we have the label elements for the product label. In this case, we have 2 pictograms, the flame and the exclamation mark. This you will find on the bottle of this ethyl alcohol when you go to the lab or in the warehouse and have a look at it. And then we have the signal word and the hazard statements in detail, plus precautionary statements. So before you start to work with a chemical, you really should have a look to that, at least to the product label, but also to the safety data sheet. That gives us all the information you need to deal safely with this chemical. Okay, we can go to the next page, please. Yeah, and that's quite interesting. This safety data sheet gives you also the information for reduced labeling, because this is simply a technical issue. When you have a bottle or a little container of 5 liters, you can put a lot of information on it. There is enough space for a label. But what about such a small bottle? And we are dealing in the lab with these small bottles. You still have to communicate the hazards. You still have to communicate what's in there. So in Europe, we have a rule that gives you the so-called reduced labeling if it's less than 125 milliliters. And you have only to put the labels on, these 2 pictograms, and the product name. Usually the signal word as well, but even that is sometimes tricky to get it on. That's an option to make a so-called reduced labeling in the laboratory when you start to refill a product into smaller containers. But please do not forget to add the substance name with a chemically resistant marker. I think you all have seen bottles standing on the shelf, and you can read only parts of the chemical name. So you're not sure what's in there. And it should be really a chemically resistant marker. That's really important. Think about that, how dangerous it is for your colleagues, for the one who is using this chemical next when you can't read the name. This is, I think that's a question of general lab safety, and I'm sure you will hear more about that later on. Okay, we can go to the next slide already. Yeah, that's quite interesting. If you look into the data sheet about possible hazardous reactions, that's a lot. That's really a lot. How ethyl alcohol can react with. So if you say, okay, I want to segregate it, I want to make sure that chemicals do not react dangerously with each other, you would have to separate ethyl alcohol from all these components. That's a challenge. And to be honest, that's not always manageable. But if you want, and you have to store chemicals safely and you have to segregate them, there are other options than only the safety data sheet with the information in 10.3 in this chapter. We can use a different information for it. So we can also already go to the next slide, please. Yeah, in section 14, we find transport information. And you would say, hey, but this is transport, that's not storage. That's true. But we can use a little deviation to make life easier. In section 14, you always find the transport hazard classes. In this case, it's a flammable liquid, class 3. And in transport, it's the law globally to segregate dangerous products from each other when they react dangerously with each other. So if you have the information about the transport hazard class and you don't know how to deal with the proper segregation because the information in the safety data sheet is so complex and you want to make it easy, especially when you have larger amounts. I'm not speaking about these very small lab bottles. You will not be able to segregate them every evening properly in the lab. But when you have larger ones, larger containers, 10, 20, 50 liters, or maybe even a drum, then you might use this information of class 3. And on the next page, the next slide, we see a so-called segregation for storage of hazardous substances with the help of transport classes. And that's that little deviation I mentioned before. I know it's small, but you can download it from internet. The source is like with all the other sources I have added on my slides. So for example, if you have a class 3 product, now we know it's that red placard with a little 3 in the upper and in the lower corner. So you have to segregate from other dangerous products. Without going into detail, because this is now extremely simplified. It would take a whole workshop only to go into detail here. It would take several hours. But you can segregate from these little red fields. So if you see just two columns are just crossing, segregate from means just keep it separate. Yeah? Separate these products from each other with this transport classification, or at least keep it apart. There's a certain distance between them. So that's a way, a pretty easy way, how you can ensure a safe storage of hazardous substances. I can only recommend to have a closer look to it afterwards. On the next page, the next slide, I show you a similar system. This is based on the German storage regulation, so-called TRGS 510, which was translated into English, which is very useful. It's a lengthy paper for sure. Most German rules, probably like in Pakistan, the same laws are always lengthy texts. But this document, really, I can only recommend. This little table you find on page 24 of this regulation. And it also tells you what to separate from each other when you store these products. Everything which is red has to be segregated. Green is okay, and yellow means it's only permitted with certain restrictions. There's an explanation in this document. You should have a look at it. I can only recommend it to you. And these classes are very similar to the transport classes. Not exactly the same, but very similar, a little bit more detailed. But you can use the transport information you get from the safety data sheet. And in this regulation, there is also a flow chart. I haven't put it here in my slides because it's very difficult to see in a PowerPoint. So please download this document. It's for free. It's available in English. And it will help you to segregate products from each other that might react dangerously. It's at least a first approach to improve the safety in the warehouse, and also when you have larger amounts in your laboratory, when you have larger bottles, because they might react dangerously with each other if you have an incident. You know, incidents happen, we know that, but we can reduce the impact. We can do a risk mitigation by keeping these products away from each other, because if they react, it adds more hazard to the situation. Okay, we can go to the next page, please. Yes, where to find more information? we have a basic principle and guideline about working safely in laboratories in German. It's also translated in English. Sometimes the page is still in German, so don't worry, but the document itself, it's available in English. So if you combine the so-called TIGS 510 for the storage in non-stationary containers with the basic principles and guidelines about laboratories, it's really a good approach. I know you'll have to put some efforts in there to set up, or first to collect, or just to check what is necessary for my laboratory, for my environment, for my framework, what I'm doing here. But if you do it, it really reduces the risk of severe incidents. Yeah, you must develop your own approach, but these two documents give you a good support. I think so. It's quite a lot of work, I know, but you will be happy if you have made the first steps and yeah, went over that huge amount of work. And yeah, it might solve, and I'm pretty sure it solves a lot of issues. And please make sure that your bottles in the lab are always labeled or marked similar to what you see here on the picture. Yeah, let's go to the next page, please. Yeah, it's a workshop. Unfortunately, I can't do the workshop so interactively how I would like to, but that's now a task for you. Look at the picture and think about what could be the error. Looks nice, first step. So somewhere in the lab, we have a shelf. Oh, what is that? We see labels, we see GHS and the old orange one, but what do we also see? Is it okay to put a bottle with liquids on top of another one? Maybe the next error. You can click again, please. And maybe another one. So I know there is little space in the lab. We always squeeze everything in, but don't do that. Try to prevent this. Keep everything stable. And the last error we see, it's not that obvious. Think about it. It's a glass bottle. And I would recommend not to have glass bottles so close to the end of the shelf, because if someone is moving something around, the glass is very close to the edge and it might fall down. So try to keep glass always safe, more in the back part of the shelf so that it's safe. Put the plastic in front of it, because usually plastic is more resistant if something falls down. It should not happen, but it might happen. So think about it when you're in your laboratory. If you can improve 2 or maybe even 3 things, it's just, is everything proper labeled? Is everything standing in a way in that shelf how it should be? Is it safely put into the shelf? These are changes which are for free. You can just have a look and change it. And third is that when you refill something, please mark and label that new container, that little bottle, whatever that is, properly, so that everybody knows what it's in there. So, and it's chemically resistant. Okay, let's go to the next page, please. Yeah. Where can you find more information? There is a section on prevention in the chemical industry. This is from German chemical, or not only German, that's not true, international chemical industry, plus some insurance companies. They work on the so-called Vision Zero in Europe, which is safety, health, and well-being. We try to reduce accidents to zero. And they offer very nice videos about chemical safety, transport, and so on, and workplace safety. And you can download them for free. They're really good quality and available in English and also other languages. So they are always improving the list. Please check this out. Here, it's also sometimes a little bit tricky to find. So don't worry if you see a German page, but there are these English videos as well. It's very, very useful. In case you don't find them, just contact Mr. Latif or somebody else. We will support you to find them, and you can use them for your internal trainings very nicely. Okay, the next page, please. Yes, I would like to give you a short summary about what I've said. There are several labeling systems, depending on the regulatory area, if it's supply and use, like handling or transport. Orange labels generally are outdated, but yes, we still find them. We still find them also, especially on older containers. Yeah, but at least you should know what it means. The best source of information are recent product labels and valid safety data sheets, new safety data sheets. Please make sure that if you use safety data sheets, they are not too old. Mark and label all containers correct and chemically resistant. The safety data sheet provides information on dangerous reactions, but often is not really a help for segregation. The segregation charts are very useful, even if they are sometimes intended for transport, because there are several ones. Some are only for transport. The one we saw was for storage, but they are very similar. Use them and separate and segregate chemicals which are listed as to be segregated. Especially segregate larger amounts of substances that might react dangerously with each other. If you have an incident, there's already a lot of trouble and you have to prevent or just reduce the impact. And if you have an additional dangerous reaction, it's really, really critical. So try to prevent it and do risk mitigation as much as you can before something. And make use of available information sources like that German TRGS, lab safety standards, and training material which is available and to which you now have access via the links I've given you in the slides. Okay, and then we come to the last page of my presentation. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention. Unfortunately, we cannot go into direct discussion right now. I would be really, really happy to do so. Maybe we can do it next year, we will see. And in case you have questions, I can see if there is something in the chat. If somebody is online and has a question for the chat, I can try to answer it. And otherwise, Mr. Latif will be there to answer any questions later on or forward it to me afterwards after this presentation. Yeah, thank you again, and I would hand back to Mr. Latif for that.
Okay, Sabine, thank you very much for your time and very interesting presentation. Part of it I was trying to cover, but your slides, gave them further highlights on the issue, and I'm sure they will get benefit out of it. And thank you very much again, and you may join the other meeting you are planning to, and looking forward to see you in Pakistan soon, inshallah. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from audience? So please, you can come over and ask. Okay, Sabine, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, and have a great remaining day. Oh, there is a question coming in, I think.
Online question.
I will stay a little bit online. I will turn off my camera now to reduce the traffic. And if there are any questions coming in via chat, please feel free to do so.
Sabine, you can directly reply on online chats.
Correct.
And move to the next topics. Okay.
Exactly. I will do that. Okay. Thank you very much, and
bye.
Bye-bye.
The other one. मेरी वाली कहाँ है? Continue करनी। शेयर कर देंगे तो PowerPoint बोल देना है स्कूल टाइम शेयर करके शेयर कर दें और slide आ जाएगी। Okay. Before we move to the next topic, again, I need a volunteer. Come on. I need one volunteer here. Come on. Young man or woman. ठीक है क्लैपिंग करें भी क्लैपिंग में कभी पैसे नहीं खर्च होते आप नहीं बोल वैसे उसी को पूरा एक आँख बंद करते मुश्किल हो रही है मुश्किल हो रही है ओके बताएं क्या हुआ दोनों सूरतों में व्हाट हैपेंड हाँ अच्छा ये वाला तजुर्बा आपने सब लोगों ने अपने अपने घर जाके दोबारा करना है रात को एंड सी द डिफरेंस व्हाई इट इज सो आई विल कम टू द टॉपिक आफ्टर covering few topics remember this exercise okay so we will cover it in hazard communication what happened to the where was I here why on earth you went back to the disturbed. Why is नहीं जाएगा वहाँ पे हाँ आ गया मतलब सिलेक्शन की So we all know what PPEs are. PPR. Okay. डॉक्टर साहब उसको PPP कह रहे थे, which is also correct. Don't get confused. PPP is personal protective products. Actually, equipment नहीं है, product है ये. Slide move क्यों नहीं हो रही? हाँ. System failure. Okay. Lab managers, senior members of faculty or junior members or senior members considered as role model for good personal protective practice in your lab. This is a question, open question to the audience. What do you think about it? Yes, no? You should be a role model, but in actual fact, are you? Your seniors? How many of you have this experience? Your seniors are role model to you to use right PP at the right time at the right place. कम होता है ना? मैं चाहता हूँ एज अ सीनियर कि मैं जो है जब जाऊं सब में पीपी यूज किए हुए हों व्हाटएवर आर रिक्वायर्ड, मगर मैं ऐसे ही चले जाता हूँ नंगे पाँव, ठीक है, नंगे सर. So this is not what you are preaching and that you are not practicing. Minded PP is the last line of defense in any environment. What is the first then? Source of information for PP is always our famous document SDS. Proper selection of PP required training on following areas. Work instructions should clarify all the above parameters, or it should apply to everybody at workplace. Not is that rules are different for me and different for somebody. Hierarchy of control. This is a model which tells us that first of all, we will try to eliminate or substitute a chemical or a risk or a situation. Then engineering controls. What are engineering controls in a lab? If you talk about exposure or concentration of chemicals in a lab, what could be engineering control? Local exhaust ventilation system improvement. Okay, exhaust system, there are few more here. Awareness means training. And lastly, PP. You see this green band, effectiveness is decreasing. Effectiveness of what? Effectiveness of control is decreasing. And PP is the last line of defense. But in a chemical lab, there are certain PPs which you must use. No matter your engineering controls are better or there are substitutes available, but you must use certain PP. Eliminate. For example, Dr. Zahid, I think he is expert in computational chemistry. If you can mimic the chemical reaction using software, so why on earth you are doing this experiment? Use the computer edit software or simulations so you can eliminate that reaction. As a student, as a researcher, of course we cannot eliminate in industry कि आप वर्चुअल प्रोडक्शन तो नहीं कर सकते ना केमिकल्स की, आपको एक्चुअली करनी है. Then substitute A with B, less harmful. I would like to give you example of substitution. When I was in Bayer, their pesticide manufacturing plant, xylene was globally Bayer declared xylene as a hazardous substance, which is of course, and they were looking, their R&D department was looking at alternate. So they use another aromatic hydrocarbon having C9 and C10 or 11 with higher flash points. So they substitute this xylene with that chemical. There are 3 or 4 categories of that chemical. Basically, xylene was used as a solvent for pesticides. So they substituted with less harmful, less hazardous material. Can someone share the example of substitution in your labs? Kabhi, have you ever experienced this thing? Substitution of a chemical with, sorry?
we wanted to use some acid. So we can substitute the strong acid, weak acid. For example, acetic acid with uric acid to minimize this.
Wherever it is possible, you can go for substitution. I'm not saying that you substitute every chemical with every other chemical. Not possible. Yeah. Then minimize. If you are using 10 liters, your pilot batch, try and scale it out to 1 liter. So that is minimization. General requirement of PP in lab. Safety goggles mandatory, lab coats mandatory, chemical resistant gloves, not the latex gloves or polyethylene gloves. Normally, I saw people working in lab using latex gloves, which are not giving maximum protection factor to the skin. They are not resistant chemically. And covered footwear, not safety shoes in the lab, but covered footwear. If required, gas or dust mask subject to condition. And then thumb rule is what? Selection of PP. Where should we refer to? SDS. Then one thing left. Don't take me a generalized person, but ladies who use hijab, who wears hijab, there is a problem with them working in lab, then carrying their hijab as well safely. Not that the case that hijab is, it's too long and there is chance of entanglement or catching fire or soak in a chemical. So there are solutions available. And my friend, Dr. Professor Iqbal Chaudhary used to say it, safe hijab. And by the way, Nike is the company who first invented or designed this hijab, which can solve the purpose. It can cover your head, and there is a less chance of entanglement or soaking in a chemical or catching fire. So there is a solution. Then choose the right PP before starting your work. What's wrong with this picture? He is going for a scuba diving and used LPG cylinder as an oxygen. Maybe there is, of course, there will be no LPG in the cylinder, but he used the wrong cylinder filled with oxygen. Again and again SDS. I think today when you leave out of this room, SDS, you will never forget SDS. Do you? Care and maintenance of PP, I saw in many labs and workplaces, goggles like this. Care and maintenance of PP, you should have a proper cabinet secured, and you can, at the end of the day, after completion of your lab work, you can safely put your PP before leaving the lab. Cleanliness of PP, prevention, maintenance, expiry date. There is an expiry date on every personal protective equipment. You just consider that expiry date. Physical appearance, and there must be a discard policy in your labs, which states that after a certain time, or even if the expiry has not reached, condition-based monitoring of PP, and if required, then you should replace it. So this is called discard policy in the lab. If there is no such policy, you must think of adopting such policy. And which one is the most important one? If we talk about PP, in lab. Dr. Pia, you mentioned some column. No. She was filling column, and then yeah, something went into your eyes. So, what's a little? Message is clear. You have beautiful place to go, but you need proper eyesight or eyes to enjoy that. So it's your choice. Which tool you prefer? Which one is good? The left one or the right one? Contact lenses. Never ever use contact lenses in the lab. Because if you talk about facial injuries, eye injury contributes for 70% of the total injuries in the facial area or neck and lower neck area. Before we move to the next topic, your comments on or thoughts or discussion or difficulties or ease using PP in the lab. Come on, stage is yours. Mic there, if somebody has question or whatever. Just a wake up call again. बताइए अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कीजिए. Yes.
But due to lack of resources, maybe we didn't have goggles and safety shield so we can easily visualize, and our professor didn't then use them because there were no goggles in the lab. So he directly opened the UV shield, and he cut the gel directly with the cutter, exposing himself and other students to the UV. So I want to ask, in this situation, what we have to do? Like, there are no goggles, and sometimes our seniors and even our classmates are doing experiments without gloves because there are no gloves in the lab, even though we have a very good lab and our university is really good. Still, we don't have that much facilities and resources.
Which university you are in?
NUST.
NUST. Okay. Okay. I'll get back to you. Okay. Okay. कभी नहीं देखी या कभी नहीं देखी? Okay.
Anytime, जब भी आप काम
So she says no availability of PP. You say we have abundant of PP.
We have abundant.
Okay.
I don't know वो किस lab से belong करती है. First time मैं देखता हूँ यहाँ पर. तो लेकिन ये जो कहना कि
maybe she is in the lab where she couldn't find a PP at that time.
Yes.
And she got the impression that okay, there is no PP available. But you said maybe you are in a different department.
लेकिन सर एक चीज हमें एक्सेप्ट करनी चाहिए, कर लेना चाहिए कि हम मैंने बीएस यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कॉमर्स से किए सिर्फ अपने मतलब एक्सपेंसेस पे वहाँ पर फिर भी इतने हमें फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल नहीं होती थी जो यहाँ पर नस्ट है मेरे लिए. I don't know, हो सकता है इनके दर पे कोई
Okay.
किसी चीज की कमी हो।
Let me ask you a question.
Institution पे general I think.
Since we are discussing very important, because you have eyes, then you have everything. No eyes, so lot of plan in your life are at standstill. How much a safety goggle cost? Who will tell me? Any figure? 10,000 rupees? 20,000 rupees? I'm going wrong? 300 rupees. 300? Okay, 300, just a baseline 300. 301, 302, 303. Sold. 300 rupees, the cost of a goggle. How much Big Mac cost? Have you been in McDonald's? I'm sure you have. A beef burger, okay. Big Mac से नहीं समझे हो तो. How much a Big Mac or beef burger cost? A deal. A beef burger and small fries and a bottle of Coke. How much the deal cost? 500 to 600, and if there's a promotion, Yom Azadi promotion, maybe 400. I would skip one meal, go to the Carrefour or any metro, buy 2 pairs of safety goggles, one spare, and one is used unless until management provides me a safety goggles. Objection overruled? Sure.
There from masters, PhDs, and UGs as well. So either if you have to issue something from the lab attendant, you have to go to them and ask them if there is goggles available in the lab or not. Then they will tell you, no, the MS student is using it or a PhD student is using it, but you want them now. So I'm not saying he must have resources in his lab. We all work in different labs,
Okay,
but unlimited apparatus is issued to each student, not like
lack of policy, bureaucratic rules, procedures. And is anybody from senior nurse faculty here who could be influential and a sounding board to your senior management? Young man, you? You are student or senior faculty member of nurse? Is anyone here? Okay. Yes, Haris, you're saying something. Okay. At least you can initiate. You see, fundraising is a specialized branch of management sciences. Fundraising is not a chanda jama karna thing. Fundraising is a resource provision. In actual fact, so you start fundraising campaign, or for the time being, buy your own.
Actually, what's the problem in the institutions, especially? I'm just comparing two institutions. One is like the institution like HEJ, Karachi, and the other institution somewhere in the Pakistan. The problem is the connectivity loops are missing something. We have the PP's stocks even available in the store, but we have so many problems to getting sick from blah, 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 blah. We have to actually change the trend and connecting the loops and basically modernize the process to create an awareness to utilize the PPs. Absolutely, you're right, sir. I myself work as a technical person. I keep my helmet, my Google, and everything in my car. I'm not complaining to anyone. This is the need of the time, and this is my responsibility to bring everything in with myself. So in NUST, even in some other universities, like in Punjab University and other universities, we have the very good stocks. We are providing sufficient funds along with the projects. Pakistan Science Foundation is providing the funding, not only for the project execution, providing the funding for the other accessories too, like the equipments and all these PPs. The point, we have to be basically connecting the loops in the proper way to get an access to the PPs during the research. This is very important. This is, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. And what is your experience in HEJ? Issuance of PP, availability of PP, what is the latest? Because available, but to get a
It's very well defined and not bureaucratic at all. I would say because any senior, definitely because there is audit requirement and things like this. So everything need to be keep in record.
Okay.
So any senior person is not necessary that my students need to get signature from me and only. So if I'm not available at the time in the lab, and they can get anyone's signature, and they are not allowed in the lab to work without PPEs at all.
Okay, there she is. She described in a very nice manner. System available, audit requirement, no restriction, no need to take bureaucratic approval from this and that. And maybe other universities can copy their policy or model documentation, or you can share with them. Yes, please. Actually, this is also a problem in Pakistan. Because, okay, we have stuff, but it is for seniors. Hierarchy should not be a barrier to get and use PP or to practice safety procedure.
Sir.
Okay, you are doing for example, you are pursuing your bachelor's degree and not given the resources, then you can ask your senior, how can I come to your place and get the master's degree unless until I given the same opportunity and same set of equipment or resources? Yes, ma'am.
Sir, excuse me.
Already planned that this day come and do the experiment, and these are the requirements for every time. Having discussions. As when you are just going into the real planned, it's very important, as you mentioned in your first lecture, just to really put in your mind, plan accordingly. Can't do it. I'm not part of my PhD in Israel, and over there, whenever we but we definitely make a plan. Just don't know okay, I'm running experiment. I have thought of this one.
Very important point. Yeah. Planning.
Sir,
Proper planning prevents poor performance. Yes.
My name is Abdul Jabbar, Dr. Abdul Jabbar from University of Haripur. सर पीपी की जहाँ तक बात है ये ठीक है कि पीपी को सब स्टूडेंट्स को अवेलेबल होना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं अपनी पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूँगा कि मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो ये नहीं जानते कि इसको यूज़ कैसे करना है। अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल बायोलॉजिकल सेफ्टी कैबिनेट की बात करते हैं तो मैंने बहुत सारे स्पेशली इन क्लिनिकल लैब्स, इंडस्ट्रीज, यूनिवर्सिटी लैब्स में देखा है कि वहाँ पे कहीं पे प्रॉब्लम है बायोलॉजिकल सेफ्टी कैबिनेट में, वो जनाब बजर बजा रहा है मुसलसल, वो बजर को ऑफ करके फिर काम स्टार्ट करता है। तो दैट इज टोटली नॉनसेंस के आप जो है चीजों को पहले सीखे कि हाउ टू यूज इट।
Lack of training.
Yes.
Not reading instruction manual because
Yeah.
we are
अब जैसे अब बायोलॉजिकल सेफ्टी की कैबिनेट की वर्किंग की बात है, that is used for product protection, personal protection, environment protection, but if there is something wrong in it,
okay,
so वो proper काम नहीं कर रहा है, there is something wrong कि वो proper buzzer बजा रहा है और आप continuously काम कर रहे हैं, तो that is
let me ask you a question, a simple question. Almost majority of people use motorbikes and cars. How many of you read manual of a motorbike or car which is provided when you buy the stuff? How many of you? Raise your hand. One. Okay. How many of you read instruction manual of this simple gadget religiously? A few hands. So we don't read instruction manuals and then we force the equipment to perform even if it malfunctions. So we always override and then there is a time when it will react. Okay. Yes, you are saying something?
I didn't want to work.
Hmm.
I've done the bachelor's and master's from class.
Okay.
It's not only about science. Each lab has a certain number of people. And there are PhD students there, there are master students there, there are bachelor students. And that equipment is always being used. And a lot of that equipment, like Dr. Jamar said, it's quite sensitive. Like for example, in our lab, to extract the polymer, it was a very sensitive equipment to keep it good. So that each lab had that knows
Correct.
In such cases, what we have
There are, because resources are always limited anywhere in the world. It's a matter of resource, using resources intelligently with proper planning. And then will to use those resources. Okay, chemical compressed gases.
Just a small announcement. We have circulated the attendance sheet. Please make sure that you have marked the attendance for the second session.
Okay, who will answer this question? Very good. Both. Best friend and worst enemy. It's all matter of how you use it, how you deal it. Did anyone address those 4 points, topics in your labs? एटलीस्ट केमिकल लिस्ट तो होगी ना आपके पास, सबके पास लोकेशन भी होगी somehow, good or bad. Written HAZCOM नहीं होगा, I'm sure. HAZCOM means hazard communication. SDSs, some labs may have some SDSs but not all. Okay, so this is a prerequisite of handling hazardous chemical in your facility. Facility could be lab or a factory or a workplace or a pilot plant, whatever. How many of you have taken care of this list of incompatible chemicals in your labs? I'm sure HEJ, because I've forcefully implemented years back, and most of your lab, I'm sure they have incompatible chemical list. But what about other institutions? Do you have? If no, please loudly say no. You must have. This is the example. Acetic acid is not compatible with these chemicals. So don't put them in a single cabinet or same shelf, because just in case of spillage or accident, so they will react among themselves first, and then there will be a secondary and tertiary explosion in the lab, or could be a chain chemical reaction. This is just an example. You can go to your labs, refer to SDS and prepare your own list. How much money and resources are required for this exercise? Zero? No money, no resource, okay, human resource, no money. It's a very low hanging fruit. You can just go and pick it up from tomorrow onwards. Chemical effects on human body, we have already studied. Root causes, dermal. Again, statistics, more than 13 million workers in the US are potentially exposed to chemicals that can be absorbed through the skin. We are talking about US. Assuming that most of the labs are following safety rules. And what do you think the data will be in our country? Okay, we have less universities than US, but if you make a proportion, so it will be, staggering. It may lead to complication in future. Skin sensitive, if you have sensitive skin, then further skin diseases could develop. Inhalation, as I mentioned earlier, that if you are smelling it, you are already inhaled it in dangerous quantity. And this statement I read somewhere about benzene, because benzene is the chemical which has very low PAL value, permissible exposure limit. And if you smell it, you have already inhaled beyond that limit. Okay.
For all these safety being a chemist,
I and all my colleagues were, we have lots of solvents like ethyl acetate, chloroform at the time we used to use instead of dichloromethane because chloroform gives better separation definitely, and hexanes and everything, whatever. If we have labeling system was sometimes not appropriate, and we always like smell it. So which solvent it is? So we just smell and identify, okay, this is a solvent. So it was like being we were in the wrong practice, and but the system has been improved, and the habit, change of habit, it require, if we are trained. We were discussing with Dr. Zahir that as a nation, we are not trained from the very beginning.
Yes.
So when you try to change your habit, when you learn something, then it's a little bit more difficult. And as you also mentioned, I remember this very well, when you have implemented that along with Zahir, Dr. Zahir and Dr. Saab, that in our institute we should have, no incompatible chemicals should not be placed. So I was a senior one. So I know everyone have like, what is this? We don't have a space. Why we don't want to keep these two? We have been this keeping these chemicals together, and we need more cabinets and this and blah blah blah. All these kind of this requires a mindset change.
Yes.
But
yes.
when it's kind of Dr. Sahab, Dr. Iqbal is used to say, unfortunately, in our culture, is like things are always from top to bottom.
Yeah.
You know, if the top person is implementing something, so other has to follow.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a strategy. Being a nation, we have been
Yes.
employing this, but it's definitely it's very good change. But we practice also the wrong way, and we just want to continue it like this because
Yeah.
it's just, we feel
Yeah,
like
right,
it's
exactly.
perfectly
Because I still
alright.
remember when I was graduate student, one of my teacher used to say, "Amma, you just smell it, whatever is." So they were, inducing or provoking to identify chemicals by smelling or tasting even. And Dr. Zahir is here. That argument that, okay, if we store chemicals according to compatibility list, we don't have any space, we need cabinets, and I totally disagreed. And I said, apply 6 sense housekeeping, and you will be surprised that what kind of rubbish we are carrying since ages. Old chemicals, orphan chemicals, chemicals which does not have any trace instruction manuals. And I saw Fisher and Merck, even Merck and BDH chemical catalogs in your cabinets of your labs. So why on earth they are there? So remove it, remove the rubbish, and you will find more than 50% space already available in your labs. These are excuses. And the mindset and set mind thing. Oh, difficult, isn't it? But not impossible. Okay, golden rule, we studied this thing, not right. Okay. What's the hazard in compressed gases? Why we call it hazardous? What is the hazard? Gas itself, container, pressure. Pressure, because a 9 mm bullet, if I just take a bullet and hit somebody, it won't harm him. But if it is fired by a Luger or any other 9 mm revolver or gun, so it will take you to somewhere. This is potential energy or heat. As Sabine informed you that this is the GHS spectrogram of a compressed gas cylinder. This is not a symbol of any political party. Don't take it wrong. And this is a new spectrogram of compressed gas cylinder. By definition, exceeding 40 psi at 21 degrees Celsius, or mixture of gases having in a container at absolute pressure of 4 at 54 degrees Celsius, more temperature, more pressure. Then comes color coding. Have you considered color coding on the compressed gas cylinders? Have you ever observed, or did you observe this? Sometimes we don't take care of these things, and cylinders are reused several times, and this color is either gone or somebody repainted it, and this coding system is breached. So you must consider this coding system for colors. There is a band at the neck of the cylinder, indicates the content inside. Flammable, red hair, bright green inert gases, acetylene, brown, oxygen, white, argon, different dark green. Goes on. what's the biggest danger or potential of this gas? Is it flammable? Flammable है nitrogen. So what's the potential danger of this gas? And it's very frequently used in the labs. Asphyxiation, yes. It's a silent killer, not a serial killer, but a silent killer. And if you are keeping cylinders of nitrogen, it is general practice not to keep the cylinders in the lab. As Dr. Vahi mentioned, they have relocated all the cylinders outside, and then they, installed a piping, tubing to carry the gas wherever they want to take. If a cylinder of nitrogen leaks in the lab, and somebody comes into the lab fresh Monday morning, and then even the post-mortem cannot tell the cause of death spontaneously, it will take time. Your blood oxygen level has gone to zero. Silent killer. Regulators. Sometimes people don't take care of this important part of a gas cylinder. They try to manipulate regulator. They try to fix it with untrained, unprofessional technicians, and then safety of the cylinder is compromised. So it should be taken care by the under standard operating procedure by the standard gas company you buy from. And very few labs take care of this thing. This is a fitting assembly, and then there is a protection canopy over the outlet manifold. Storage outside the lab in a secure manner, chained. Maybe you would like to have this sort of arrangement, a proper storage height, so that it cannot be, tilt or fell from on the ground from the bottom of the truck. So you can think of designing such arrangement outside your labs, so that handling is easy. Okay, so before we wrap up today's session, this is your assignment. You note down the question, and I will, or you can mail me tonight, or you can answer this question tomorrow. So this is the assignment for you guys. And for the participants online, they can also email me or email to the ComSets link tomorrow. So we have time to call it a day, and day one. Then, taking the advantage of few more minutes, we can discuss. I'm here to answer your questions, discussion, comments, whatever. इनको माइक दीजिएगा. Email address is not readable. Is it readable? Yes. Yeah, what was the question?
So Dr. Vikur Rahman from PCSIR
Okay.
Laboratories.
Okay.
ये सर जो गैस मास्क यूज करते हैं इसमें भी मुख्तलिफ टाइप्स होती हैं.
Yes.
जो टॉक्सिक गैसेस होती हैं उसकी मुख्तलिफ
Hmm.
कैटेगरी होती है. इसके बारे में आप कुछ थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन.
Normally, when we talk about gas mask, there are two types: full face and half face. Full face is like a motorbike helmet, and then there is two cartridges or one cartridge is fitted. And then, if you observe the cartridge, there is a color coding and color marking. A2, B2, A1, B2, A1, B1, like that. And this color coding specify the mask for the chemical it was designed to use. And this information you will get in the SGS.
So, sir, a question. STS, for example, like new chemical हम develop करते हैं, new product develop करते हैं.
Yeah.
So, who will be responsible for developing the
This
STS
is the
for that product?
responsibility of developer, that rather than having no information, he should start writing SDS and then complete it gradually. But you know, there are some basic informations, section 1, name of the institution or whatever. And then it depends whether you intend to use that chemical commercially, then it is mandatory, because the international rules of shipping and transportation and supply chain of chemicals, you cannot export or import a chemical without SDS. It's part of shipping document. If it is only for research purpose, within the lab or within a close institutional jurisdiction, so maybe you can have just toxicological or reactivity data, it is sufficient. But SDS is mandatory if you are selling the chemicals commercially. Yes, please. Any other question? Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes.
सर अगर एक केमिकल है लैब में पड़ा हुआ है अनलेबल्ड है
Yeah.
उसके डिस्पोजल का भी नहीं पता कि उसके किस तरीके से उसको डिस्पोज करेंगे उस सिनेरियो में क्या करना चाहिए?
Actually, the most dangerous chemical in a lab, which is orphan chemical. Orphan chemical means no labeling, no trace, no ID. So it is the most dangerous chemical, even if it is a water. Then you cannot drain it into the sink.
Yes.
You cannot sell it to the market. The only possible solution left, which we will discuss, there are methodology of disposal of waste chemicals, incineration at high temperature or plasma gasification. There are two. Plasma gasification is a new technology. It's very expensive, not readily available in Pakistan. So incineration, high temperature incineration using primary and secondary chambers. Yes.
सर इसमें ये है कि फॉर एग्जांपल जिस तरह हमारे एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट्स में इंसिनरेटर जो है ना वो हॉस्पिटल में बहुत कम है तो इंसिनरेटर तो हमारे पास एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट्स
You
में
can
है
use third party commercially available incineration. There are many in Pakistan.
Yeah,
you just go there and check few parameters, which I will tell you in tomorrow's session. So what are the basic requirements for an incineration plant? Yes, another question. Yes, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, sir, for a nice presentation. I have a suggestion, maybe not related to the PPE. Before going to the, like we are taking safety measurements. So if we have already available chemicals in the laboratory, so for that we are using this safety measurement. But in a large number of laboratories in Pakistan and everywhere, we are synthesizing many compounds which are toxic. So for that purpose, we should have some methods, some tools to predict about the toxicity or about the hazardness of that compound in order to avoid the creating more hazardous substances. And one thing I remember now that you mentioned in the substitution, like how to substitute something in the laboratory or how to substitute a toxic solvents. So I have research in the drug delivery field. So in the drug delivery, the anti-cancer drugs are mostly hydrophobic. So they are not soluble in water. They are always soluble in the hydrophobic solvent, and most of them are toxic. So for that purpose, we are using the polymer which are compatible and which are non-toxic. So that is one of the easy way to substitute the toxic solvents.
Yeah, thank you very much. Because your comments and questions are very much welcomed, and I'm very much pleased to have questions because I also learn from you. Because teaching and learning is a two-way thing. So I may not know everything, And questions are never silly. Don't be afraid of asking questions. Answers may be silly. Or I may not have answers to all of your questions, but at least I can try and reply. You have my email contact, you can write me. I'm on LinkedIn as well, not Facebook, not WhatsApp, please. And you can communicate me via these social media. Yes, please, another question.
आवाज आ रही है मेरी आप लोगों को? ओके, मेरा नाम इत्तिसाम अकरम है और मैं सेफ्टी स्पेशलिस्ट हूँ लम्स के अंदर, और मैं आज की डिस्कशन के ऊपर
Which organization?
लम्स.
Okay, lumps.
सो आज की जो डिस्कशन हुई है सारा उस पर मैं ऑब्जर्व कर रहा था. उसका एक फीडबैक है कि ओवरऑल हम इंडिविजुअल के ऊपर फोकस कर रहे हैं. और I can give you the example of lumps. We have a dedicated safety specialist, safety committee there, जिसकी वजह से enforcement होती है हर चीज़ की. For example, if someone is not getting the PPE और क्या वो PPE नहीं पहन रहा, तो उसकी monitoring होती है, supervision होती है. तो फिर क्या होता है कि administration भी PPE को arrange करती है और student भी PPE को पहनता है, because उनको पता है कि इसके consequences क्या होंगे. So और मुझे डीन्स की सपोर्ट होती है. कोई भी मैं इशू उठाता हूँ तो मुझे डीन की ऊपर से सपोर्ट आती है. तो ये ऊपर से चीज आती है नीचे. और हमारी एक जिस पॉलिसी बनी हुई है जिसपे डीन के साइन. इसका मतलब ये है कि डीन इज वेरी मच सीरियस अबाउट सेफ्टी, देन एवरीवन हैव टू फॉलो इट, राइट. तो इसलिए वी शुड क्रिएट इन एकेडमिक्स इंडस्ट्री के अंदर तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा है, सेफ्टी कल्चर डेवलप हो चुका है, लेकिन एकेडमिक्स में आई थिंक लम्स इज द फर्स्ट इंस्टीट्यूट जिसके अंदर एक डेडिकेटेड सेफ्टी स्पेशलिस्ट है और एक पूरी टीम है. तो बाकी इंस्टीट्यूट्स को भी इसको रेप्लिकेट करना चाहिए सो दैट इसको एक्चुअली इम्प्लीमेंट कर सके.
थैंक यू.
तो जैसे पीपी की बात हो रही थी, पीपी इज अ डिफिकल्ट थिंग टू वियर. तो अगर हम किसी इंडिविजुअल से एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे वो खुद ही से पीपी बाय करके उसे पहने का, वो एक नेक्स्ट लेवल है. अभी तो हम बड़ी बेसिक्स में हैं कि पहले हमें पता होना चाहिए कि पीपी है, उसके बाद होता है वो फिर नहीं पहनता. सो द फर्स्ट स्टेप इज टू मेक अ सिस्टम कि हर बंदे की मजबूरी हो जाए उसके लिए कि वो करे, बिकॉज इसी तरह फिर आहिस्ता से इस तरह कल्चर डेवलप होता है.
Yes.
So that was my feedback. Thanks.
Thank you. Actually, just to correct you a bit, LUMS is not the only organization in Pakistan, and I think ICCBS, we are talking this thing. ICCBS also doing the same, and at top management level, Dr. Iqbal, had Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary was not committed, we won't be sitting here today. Believe me, I can tell you. And when you talk about individuals, what are organizations? What is an organization? Organization is composed of individuals. So when we talk about all of you are individuals, and then you belong to certain organization, and there is a hierarchy of management systems. So I'm glad you mentioned this thing, and others can also copy ICCBS, now LUMS, maybe NUST tomorrow, and University of Haripur, and Kajazan University, and if I forget, please prompt me. So it's ongoing. Yes, sir.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मैं रोशन ज़मीर हूँ और कोलैबोरेटर के तौर पे मुझे ICCBS में एक्सपीरियंस का मौका मिला. तो कुछ दो बातें मैं शेयर करना चाहूँगा. जैसे सर ने फरमाया कि मैनेजमेंट का काफ़ी ज़्यादा रोल होता है, तो मैंने वहाँ पे मैनेजमेंट के रोल को ऑब्जर्व किया, और शायद उसी मैनेजमेंट के रोल की वजह से ICCBS का सिस्टम इतना बेहतरीन है कि जैसे हमें यूँ लगता है कि जैसे हम पाकिस्तान से बाहर आ गए. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मैं वहाँ पे गया तो मुझे अपने लैब के अंदर PPPs आराम से मिल गए जस्ट थ्रू लैब अटेंडेंट. मुझे किसी टीचर्स के पास ना जाना पड़ा, मुझे किसी साइन के पास नहीं जाना पड़ा. सिमिलरली मेरे कोई और एनालिसिस होते हैं तो वो भी मुतलका टीचर्स ईजिली साइन कर देते हैं. ऑल्दो दे हैव देयर फॉर्म्स, देयर सिग्नेचर, सारा कुछ है, लेकिन वो इजीली अवेलेबल होते हैं. इवन उनके जो सेंसर्स और अलार्म सिस्टम है उनसे तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा मुतासर हुआ. इवन फॉर एग्जांपल मैं रात 11:30 बजे अलहदा लैब में वर्क कर रहा था विद ऑल माय PPPs, और गर्मियों का सीज़न था तो मैंने जस्ट विंडोज़ ओपन की थी और स्मोक कोई बाहर से आई, अलार्म बजा और मैं अपने TLC लगा रहा था और बाहर से फायर ब्रिगेड वाले पहुंच आए.
तो दैट वाज द शॉकिंग न्यूज कि पता नहीं क्या हो गया, वो लोग कह रहे हैं कि आपके पास आग लग गई है जस्ट वो स्मोक बाहर की वजह से। तो ऐसा सिस्टम मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि पाकिस्तान के किसी और इंस्टीट्यूट के पास होगा। तो मैं एक्चुअली उनको अप्रिशिएट कर रहा हूँ कि ऐसा सिस्टम जो उन्होंने वहाँ पे लॉन्च किया, तो होपफुली कोई ऐसा सिस्टम बाकी इंस्टीट्यूट्स को भी
Yes, definitely,
deliver
because
हो।
we started this journey, and as that gentleman mentioned about lungs and ICCBS, so why not others?
सेकंड चीज कि वहां से मेरा नुकसान ये हुआ कि इतने अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूट में काम करने के बाद मेरे अपने यूनिवर्सिटी में काम करने को दिल नहीं कर रहा, क्योंकि वहां पे सारी चीजें अवेलेबल थी आपकी।
But today, gentlemen, today you are a researcher or doing your masters or whatever, and tomorrow you will be in a key position to implement this practice elsewhere in your institution. Why not? When there is a will, there is a way. Yes, please. That side, ma'am, you want to say something? Yes, sir.
हमारे पास तो ये SDS का डेटा अवेलेबल भी नहीं होता, न लैब में वो केमिकल्स के साथ आता है, बस औकात नेट पे भी नहीं होता। तो जो बॉटल पे या वो कंटेनर पे जो लेबल लगा होता है सोर्स ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन का, तो उसको यूज करके हमें फिर SDS की जरूरत पड़ेगी या वो काफी होगा?
बिल्कुल पड़ेगी। There is the CAS number at the bottle. You just type that CAS number in URL, Google search engine में, and that CAS number will give you the details of that chemicals, and then click to SDS and download the SDS. There are informations. Of course, we cannot print 20 labels on a small bottle. So CAS number is a trace number. So, or you just type the name of the chemical, and there will be list of several companies producing that chemical. You find the best one, which is SDS, not MSDS. So informations are available. Informations are just mouse click away. This generation is very lucky as compared to us, as compared to me studying in Karachi University in 1983. There was no internet, no such thing. We were doing that Mahmood Hussain library, and we were in that, huge, dark, very less light library, and we were just finding the information from the books. And now every sort of information, good or bad, is mouse click away. It's up to you what you want to extract. And one more message to you guys. Never ever learn safety by accidents. You got what I mean. Never ever learn safety by accidents. Okay, Aris, so if this is end, we call it a day and closing remarks. Assignments, everybody voted. We will discuss it tomorrow, inshallah. Today okay. Let's go to the.
We've circulated the attendance sheet. Has everyone marked the attendance?
हाँ वो भी करेंगे. So just to wrap it up, we started from behavior-based safety. What is behavior-based safety? Changing the mindset from set mind to mindset. Establishing a safety culture in the organization. Safety is everybody's job. Chemical does not discriminate between chairman of the institution and a lab attendant. It can hit the same way to both the stakeholders. Am I right? Then 6S housekeeping. And 6S housekeeping is a very vast subject. Normally we conduct 1 to 2 days workshop on 6S housekeeping only. And then we try to roll down to the organizations what 6S is. Okay? Because not enough to give a PowerPoint training about 6S, but we can offer the services to go and implement 6S into the organizations. Without implementation, I think training is spiritless. And then we studied good laboratory practices, hazard recognition, risk assessment using a REM, and SGS in very much detail, and Sabine's session about hazard warning signs, GHS labeling, coding, tagging, and then I covered selection and use of PPE or PPP, and chemical safety and compressed gas cylinder safety. And tomorrow's topic will start from hazardous materials management to fire safety, electrical safety, fume hoods, air chain ventilation, hazard communication, and emergency response plan, lab waste management, disposal, chemical security, and documentation. I would request you to don't miss tomorrow's session as well. Otherwise, you won't get certificate. And to me, certificate is not important. Actually, the takeaway is important, which you take home or your workplace and apply. Certificate is just a piece of paper. And sometimes I come across to a situation when organizations approach me, "Oh जी 50 बंदों की ट्रेनिंग करानी है, अच्छा जी कितने पैसे? Oh, very costly. आप हमें सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दे सकते?" This is the level of. So I said, "No, sorry. I cannot give you certificate unless until I trained you guys." Certificate is also important, but what this certificate only will do, it will be hanged in your back of your office or lab. But when a true challenge comes, an actual situation where you need to act, will that certificate come and rescue you? It is the knowledge which retains here in your as a neck up food, not neck down food, neck up food, which stays in your mind for the time you live. And learning is a lifelong thing, and learning should only stop when you passed away. You transferred, not dead, but transferred to another universe. So learning goes to that extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Khalid Saab, and all the participants. So we'll call it a day, and tomorrow we'll start the session at 9 a.m. sharp. In the program, it's 9:30, but we are going to start at 9 a.m. sharp. So I'll request everyone to be here at 9 a.m.
Yes, because chapter number 13 is a bit lengthy, so that's why I requested him to start a bit early. Otherwise, I can talk till 8 p.m. late in the evening. No issue for me, but you have to go somewhere. People will come from distances, so okay.
और मैं क्लोज इसी से करूँगा जो खालिद साहब ने एंड में कहा कि अगर कोई हैजर्ड होगा तो आपको ये सर्टिफिकेट या अटेंडेंस शीट ये जो हम लोग ये जो कर रहे हैं ये सिर्फ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है, ये रेस्क्यू करने नहीं आएंगे आपको. ऑल इज अबाउट लर्निंग. जो आप यहाँ पे एक्चुअली बैठ के जो चीजें सीखेंगे वो आपको एक्चुअली फ्यूचर में काम आएंगी. थैंक यू एवरीवन.
Thank you.